Well, hello, and welcome back. It has been a while. That's because I have been busy working on something that's completely boring and the same thing over and over again, which is what I'm working on again today. But now I'm pretty sure that we're at the end of it, and so I'm happy to move forward. So, one second while I bring up the chat here. It's my favorite part of this. Right, we're going to turn on chat timers. So I'm working in Node.js. I'm continuing with the Auth project, but I really took to heart this talk that I listened to. Still can't remember the name of it. I've got it on Creeds of Craftsmanship. Let me just bring it up real quick. I think I just made a comment about it on Creeds of Craftsmanship. I think it's down here at the bottom. Whoop, there we go. Delivering universal UI patterns as web components. So this by the, and I need to edit this. I'm going to put AKA how to break down functional software components into the most meaningful parts. Meaningful parts? Yeah, there we go. Because the title doesn't really... I guess it's maybe more catchy than what it's really about, but what it's really about is breaking things down. So I'm also going to put that in the Discord channel. By the way, feel free to join in on the Discord. Let me see if I just pop that in there. Yeah. So I just put the Discord link right there if you want it. And then I'm going to put here in the channel, I really loved this talk. Would recommend. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. Now, with that out of the way, we're not popping a top because I got a Sodalicious today. So we've got a little bit left to sip on that, but that's our drink. And then I'm going to have to go find my water after that because I think I am going to want some water. Okay, so to kind of give a brief, I've done a code review with two different people on this, and I've got a few ideas of what to change. But this is the basic layout of how libauth is going to work. So this used to be Auth 3000. I thought once I really feel like it's ready for a V1, I'm going to give it a better name. And then that was libauth. And then I thought that I knew what the last change I was going to make was, which was going to be inverting the controls so that the routing and the handlers were exposed. And then I kind of went purist on that. And so it ballooned out to where, yeah, if you want to add Google authentication, you copy and paste at least this much right here. So that'll fit in a screen. But this is the full Google sign-in. And then this is the optional bit if you wanted to handle the implicit flow, which I am, since browser vendors have changed how they handle third-party cookies, I am a little bit more on the side of not trying to deal with the implicit flow because it just, well, that's another topic for another time, but we can't have as nice things as I would like us to be able to have. And but the implicit flow is where it's done browser side. Anyway, so this right here is the bit. And you'll notice, normally you have, especially with something like Passport, you have your one route to handle something, if that, and then you've got your one function. And here, everything's broken down into the component pieces. So session, claims, etc. Anyway, I did a code review and just had a couple of ideas of what's left to change so that I can publish this as a V1 and move on. And that's what we're going to be doing over the next about 2 hours, I suppose. So as always, feel free to ask questions. For those of you who are just joining in, hello and welcome. It's nice to have you. And let's see. Oh, you know what? Hold on one second here. Okay, good. I am on the right channel. For a second, I was a little bit worried. I thought I was streaming to the wrong channel. I thought I didn't change it from the meetup. Oh, anyway. So, all right, one more second and then we'll actually hit the code. I'm going to go to my own YouTube channel. So hopefully, or my own Twitch channel, sorry. So hopefully I don't forget to raid someone else when we do this. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get started. All right. So first thing to do is I actually went back to work today because there were a few commits that were over there that weren't over here. And so I ran into work. And then I enabled remote desktoping for myself so I can get in via SSH next time. Anyway, so got those pushed. Let me pop the stash. Okay, yeah, nothing too extraordinary there. Go ahead and pull this. All right. So I'm going to go into this example and we're just going to work through the example and fix this. So I have here set params. I think I'm going to call it read params. We have get challenge. I don't know. Oh, let's just start from the top. Sorry. There's a few things that I want to rename. And this is important because otherwise I don't feel like it's complete. So I think we're going to have read credentials. So anytime we're reading from the request body, I think I want it to be named read. So read credentials, new session. I think I might call this generate claims, generate tokens, generate cookie. I think I might call it that. Or maybe create claims. No, generate, initialize, init claims, init tokens, init cookie. That might work. All right. And then we're going to have a remove old session. So invalidate old session, I think is what I'm going to call it. And then track new session or save new session. Okay, set cookie header is correct. I kind of want to call it send, but it's not quite send, but it is, we are setting the cookie header. So I think I'm going to go through and say anywhere there's init claims, we're going to change that to, or set claims, we're going to change that to init claims. What's up? Oh, refill, yes! So my waifu did not finish hers, so I am going to finish hers. Oh, hers is, I think more of the syrup is still down at the bottom. Ooh, that's a bit strong. Or maybe mine's just the water has gotten watered down a little bit. Anyway, so I'm going to use SD. So SD webinstall.dev/SD. I'll give you the link in just a second. It's just a cross-platform replacement for sed, and sed's great, but it's not cross-platform. It works different on Mac. It works different on Linux. Who knows? I don't know if the new Windows ships with a lot of the core utils, but I don't think it ships. I don't think it ships with sed. But anyway, webinstall.dev/SD. I'm going to put that in the chat for you if you're interested. The one thing that I don't like about SD, and let me go ahead and get the latest version and see, because maybe I'm wrong. I hope that I am. Is that it does not have a recursive mode. And I would really like it to have a recursive mode. I could probably just do, let's see, fine. Let's see. I could do FD and exec. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I should probably figure that out. Let's get the latest version of FD just in case there's a new one. And there is a new one. All right. Do we have an exec on this one? Yeah, we do. All right, exec command until the semicolon is encountered. What do I want to do in this one? Basically, I want to find all JavaScript files. So extension. Yeah, so let's do fd-ejs and let's see what happens. Okay, good. So it does respect the gitignore. And then I could just do exec sd. There we go. And then I think this is, so what I want to do is set claims, init claims, I think. And then same thing, set tokens, init tokens. And then what was the other one? Cookie? Set cookie, init cookie. I think that'll be good. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. New or returning? Drop me a comment and let me know. Also, if there's anything that you'd like to learn about or discuss, feel free to ask questions. As I said when we started, it's been a while since we had a good hangout. I've just been busy with other things, and so I would enjoy a little bit of the chit-chat in the company and whatnot. Okay, I'm just going to do a git status. Hey, Luana Lemos, how's it going? Welcome. What do you code in? Wait, that's fewer than I expected. Well, it looks like it's doing right, though. Is this example app? I don't think I think something didn't go quite. No, it did. It worked. Okay. I thought my find replace didn't work. But this is one of those things that I need to have in my bash cheat sheet. I'll go ahead and paste this in the channel too. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. I saw somebody else just popped in. I need to turn my sound up so I hear any of those dings or bings when people actually I don't think I have it for when people join. When they join, if you follow or sub or something like that, I think you get a ding and a bing. I'm very new to, well, new. I'm old. That's my problem, is I'm old. I'm not new. I'm old. Let's see. I don't know if this will go through, but that's the command I just ran in case you're interested in taking a look at it. Sometimes, there's special characters and stuff and they don't go through in the chat. Anyway, I was going to say with the whole streaming thing. Okay, what else was I changing? Let's get out of this and get back over here. So I have the set, those sets. I want those to be inits instead. New session. I might just call that init session. I'm not really sure.
Good night to your posterity.
All right, good night, posterity. 1 second. I love you, little girl. Hey, little boy. Such a handsome little fella.
That's right.
Handsome little fella. All right. Good night, sweetie.
Say good night.
Can I have a hug?
Good night to Dad.
Love you, sweetie. Yes. All right. All right. All right. Nighty night for the kiddos. Okay, so I wanted to rename those to init. The set cookie header makes sense. I could maybe even call that set cookie now, but set cookie header makes sense enough. Let's see. And again, I think I might want that to be generate auth URL. Oh, I was going to call something generate, wasn't I? Or no, I called it init. That's what I did. So I don't want this to be set auth URL. I want it to be either init or generate. I'm not really sure. I think for that one, I'm going to call it, let's see, set auth URL. We're going to do generate auth URL. Final answer. If you have any, if you would like to contest what I'm naming anything, now is the time to do it. Because I'm pretty much going to stick this in stone and just call it good and be done with it. Whatever I come up with in this session. I think and hope I've hit all of the changes that need to be made through the review process, just doing code review. All right, new session. Wait, I don't need set. Oh, whoops, that one slipped through. Because set cookie. So init cookie header should be set cookie header. Oh, the trickery of find and replace. All right, send tokens, redirect. Oh, I wanted to do not redirect with tokens, but redirect with query is what I wanted to do there. I remember that now. Whoops. Because whatever the query params are, I think I might want to call them redirect params. I'm not sure. Maybe I just want it to be redirect. I think I do just want it to be redirect. But I'm going to leave it as redirect with query for now. Because I still got to go change some code to make sure that that's being handled appropriately. All right, capture error. I don't think that I want capture error anymore. The one weird error case that I have, I decided that the way to handle it is just to have a second handler. So let me see if I can bring this up and show you. Verify token. Yeah, that makes sense. Verify bearer. I think I just skipped over something here. Require verification. Okay, this one's all messed up now. Okay, so I had this problem where check status can throw an error, but then if check status throws an error, we need to catch it so that we can increment the failure count. And then we need to save the error. And so I think what I want to do, I don't know if I want to, how I want to. Okay, so if you do a code multiple times, so imagine the two-factor auth, right? And you put in the 6-digit code and you fail. Oh, that wasn't a 6, that was an 8. So you type it in again, you put the 8 there, and it continues. Well, every time that you fail, it needs to save that it failed so that it can limit the number of tries that you get. And if it throws an error, then it's going, if it throws an error here at check status, then it's going to go over save challenge. It's not going to save because it threw an error. And then, so we need something like save. We need to save when it's successful because then the code is no longer valid, and we need to save on error because then we're going to increment the number of attempts. Hey, what's up, Noah? How you doing? Long time no see. Mostly probably because I haven't been on. How are you doing? Feel free to give me feedback on this if you got some ideas for me. Okay, I'm going to switch over to the one that's more full and let the ice continue to melt in that one. It's Mojo Jojo, which is Dr. Pepper, double coconut pomegranate. I don't know if y'all have soda shops out where you are, but it's a thing here. All right, so I'm not 100% sure what I want to call this, but I'm pretty sure this is kind of the route that I want to take. Let's see, do it. Save, failed, attempt. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. All right, I'm going to come back to that. The other thing that's awkward about this is oh, that's the same one that you already shared, the one that I talked about earlier. The better apps talk. Yeah, I totally forgot that you had already shared it in the channel. And then I've been sharing it with people, not remembering where it came from. And yeah, I really, really like it. I think it's great. So thank you for sharing that with me. Okay. Yeah, and that's the pattern that I'm applying right here, right? Is I decided to break things down into their fundamental components. But some of them are just, particularly with this magic link, it's just a little bit tricky. Okay, so what was I doing here? So this is just going to be hit status. I'm going to come back on some of these things. Just going to post to the challenge. All right, that's credentials. I don't need to worry about credentials. And I did have my idea on how to handle multi-factor authentication on this, by the way, is that you're going to go through some authentication process. You're going to get a token that has an ACR value. I think it's called ACR. I have to look at the specification again. But the token's going to have an ACR value, and if it's less than the required number of ACR values, or the combined total of the ACR values is not acceptable. It stands for something like authentication context request, something like that. Anyway, if it's not acceptable, then even though you got a token, you'll get back an error when you use the token saying that you don't have enough ACRs or whatever in the error code. And so then you'll need to choose a different method of authentication that is not the one that is already in there. So it might say, for example, would you like to put in, would you like to have a text message sent to the last four of this phone number, the phone number that ends in these last four digits, or something like that. Okay. And I just had a buddy message me asking what I was streaming on. So I told him LibAuth. Okay, and again, I think all the set params, set params, set code params, I think it's just going to be read. Let me do that. All right, set params. We're going to change this to read params. And then I think I might just change. No, I think I'm gonna leave this as distinctly different between read params and read code params, because one is for OIDC, so it's a different process, and I don't want the name to be confusing. All right, so we're going to generate the challenge. We're going to save the challenge, Notify and send receipt. Okay, that's correct. Read params, get challenge, check status. Okay, so this one is the one where I'm not, okay, we're gonna call that require response. And I kind of just want to have two in here. I think the way that I will do it is this way. We're going to handle failed attempt. I think I will have increment failure count. And then something like that. But I'm just resigned to, yeah, this is awkward. It's a special case. It's going to have more handlers, whatever. We shall deal with it as such. Okay, so again, from the top, for what we have so far, we're going to read credentials, new session, init claims, init tokens, init cookie, invalidate old session, save new session, set cookie header, send tokens. This is good. And then read params, generate challenge, save challenge, notify, send code to user, send receipt. Already gone through all that. Verify response, cancel challenge. I don't think we're going to have a revive error on here. Okay, going down. Okay, we're going to require response. We're going to I think this is the right way to go about it. So another thought that I had was to do something like this, to express.router dot I guess this would be use maybe, and then throw both of these into the stack. Save challenge is both. But I think this is just simpler. This is just easier to explain. It's easier for someone else. Because the goal here is not to provide the one line example of, okay, here's how something gets done. Or you know, the goal is not to have the most brief example. The goal is to have the most readable, because you only have to copy and paste things once. But if you ever have to debug it, that's when I want it to be really clear. These are all the steps that happen in this process. Yes, there's a lot of steps that happen. This is a complex process, but that's it. So, I don't know if I really want check status there. So maybe get status, verify response. So the other problem about this is when you check the status, for a magic link, for the authentication code, if you are, the way that the error handling works is different. You can kind of check everything at the same time, but based on what's selected, you can get different error responses. And so it kind of makes me think that maybe check status, that maybe I'm not doing it right. Let me think about this for a second. Let me think. Because if you know that you need to have a response, let's see. Let me go add that real quick. I think this function is wrong. I think that I'm doing it wrong. Let me try this a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I have a comment here. This is fundamentally complicated. I don't know how to minimize the minimal complexity. All right, require exchange. I kind of need like an optional verify. You know, if you, oh, this is just annoying. Because I do actually need the case where you can check the status with the code. That actually does exist. Okay, what is pound vim supposed to do for God? Somebody else did that the other day, and then they didn't explain to me what the expected behavior was. Because maybe I can set it up, but I have to know what it's supposed to do. All right, async function. Oh. Yes. Reqres next. Okay, that was just not clear to me. Oh, okay. Well, somebody told me that you're supposed to put bang and then stuff for the topic of the stream in the title. And that causes certain bots to pick it up or something or some such. It with one group, I think if you do bang zig, I think it appears in the Discord for the live streams for zig. So if I'm doing it wrong, somebody let me know. But I'm going to blame it on Soy Pete, because Soy Pete, she's the one that told me that I should do bang vim and bang node and stuff like that. And her stream, she does bang vim, bang go, and I see other people do bang vim, bang go. So I don't know what it means. I'm just monkey see, monkey do. You know, that's what's going on. Okay, and this is going to be require response. Check status. So maybe I just break this out into one more piece, and maybe that will make things easier. Yeah, I think what we'll do is rather than check status, we'll just do get status. Well, I guess what I want, this is really weird. All right, so we're going to do a get status, right? That already, where does that happen? Let me go back. I'm going to go back here. All right, so we get the challenge. Okay. Well, maybe I should call this ReadResponse. I don't know. Damn it. Okay, let me. So I missed part of what you said there. I see it's in your stream title, so I decided to see something, and then you should get some type of automated response related to that command. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to set that up. I don't know how that works. If you know, you let me know, because I'd be happy to do it. Okay, what am I trying to do here? I'm still waffling over this. Okay, so we're going to read params. We're going to require a response. We're going to get the challenge. We're going to check the status. What does check status really mean? I think what I need is a verify response. Check status. And then this could throw. Maybe this is the right way to go about it. Okay, let's see. You install a bot for your chat like MooBot. And set up the commands easy. What should the command do? Should I... What would a pound... Or I mean not pound, a bang node command do, or a bang vim? Give you my playlist of how to learn Node and how to learn Vim or something like that. So right now I'm using Restream. I don't know. Yeah, link to my Vim tutorial. Okay. So I have stream elements. Do I create a custom command? You have not created any custom commands. Add new command. New command from template. Choose command template. I don't know. All right. My command name is Vim. User level is everybody. And response is... I'm going to just do this real quick. I'm going to bring up I think I've got some stuff on Vim. Let me go check real quick. Let's see here. Vim. Actually, Vim for people who would rather not learn Vim. I don't think I actually have a learning Vim playlist. I have a learning Git playlist. Okay, so for right now, I'm just going to do... This one's not very good, but we'll just go with it for now. So I'll put that in there so when you do pound Vim, it does that. So we'll do Vim for people who would rather not learn Vim. Boom, the command is active. All right, I'm going to create another command for Git. And that one I know I've got a good playlist for. I've got the Git Smart playlist. And that is on the Beyond Code Bootcamp channel. I'm going to check to see if I had something here on Vim. I really do need, not need to, but I'd like to put together a Vim playlist here. Vim, learn the basics. It's everywhere. Yeah, okay. HJKL. Let's put this one here too. Whoops. Wait, where did that command go? Where's them at? All right, got one saved. Let's look for Git. Actually, let me just check. I get playlist here. That's not what I want. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. I'm in the wrong browser. Let me go get this browser, bring this browser over here. This is the one that's linked up to the Beyond Code channel. Sorry for the detour, y'all. Well, actually not sorry at all, because this is probably more interesting than me renaming things. Okay, playlist, liked videos. Creeds of Craftsmanship. Beyond Code Bootcamp. Come on, where's Get Smart? Is that not one of my playlists? Where's my Get Smart playlist? There we go. There's Get Smart. Okay, so I'm going to create a new command. Get, everybody can do this. Get Smart. There we go. All right, and then we're going to add Node as well. And I should have, I actually have material that I could put together for a Node playlist. I just don't think that I've done it. Okay, I'm going to create a Node playlist. Learn Node.js. Oldies but goodies. And then I'm going to go over to the Coolidge 86 channel. And I'm going to pluck, I think these are my best ones. Introduction to networking with Netcat and Node. I think these two, whoops, go back. Can I just put this in a playlist from here? Save to playlist, learn Node. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to do that. All right, and then we will have our pound Node and our pound Vim and all that. Thank you very much, ForGod. And to queue, no, not queue, sorry. No, close, didn't want that. Save to playlist, learn Node. Save to playlist, learn Node. All right, I think I'm just going to leave it with that for now.
Now it's time.
Whoop. Okay, where'd my playlist go? Right here? All right, I'll put that in there and we'll call that good and then we'll go back to the coding. And then, what was I at? GitHub.com, the root company, libauth.js. Okay. Oh, you know what else I need to put in here? I need that Crockford playlist. I don't know if I have that. I think I have that on the Beyond Code. Let me go put that on the Beyond Code, or grab that from Beyond Code real quick. If I could click playlists, Crockford. There we go. Learn Node and JavaScript. Okay. Boom. Want to test it out? creedsofcraftsmanship.com. You know the URL by heart. Excellent. Hey-o. All right, so it didn't put the space in there, but that's okay. All right, I went and I added the space, added it to the get one. Added it to the Vim one. Adding it to the Node one. There we go. Okay, spaces have been added. Because I put new lines and apparently they don't translate as spaces. YouTube URL shortener. Let me know. I don't know about the YouTube URL shortener. I suppose I could use any YouTube URL shortener, but I like the idea of the legit one, because the playlist IDs are really long. So I think you could shorten it a little bit, but I don't know if you could shorten it a lot. But try bang node again and see if it's got the spaces in it now. That would be appreciated. Learning Auth. Also, learning how to be a streamer. All right. Okay, well, at least it's got the spaces this time. I could probably put the little dot in there as well. In fact, I think I'll do that right now. Let's see. Doot. Yeah, that's good. And then I'll do the same on the next one. No. There we go. Cool. All right. Well, thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Okay. Now, where was I? Interesting. I don't know why I put request in here. What was the request? Request. It's the only place I have request. Oh, identifier and state. Got it. Okay. Store get. I don't think I would need to get. Oh, I know why I would do that. Okay. I think what I actually wanted to do was say, let's see. I have to think on that one a little bit more. Okay. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Moving on. Hey, what's up, Sir D Salat? Sir Dies a lot? Oh, Sir Dies a lot. Yeah. So speaking of video games, I just got Burnout Paradise. Played that for the first time last night. And yeah, so that's, other than coding, that's what's up. And I really, really enjoyed it. It was just a nice, relaxing, race and crash and do dumb things. Yeah, I'd never even heard of it. I am straight Nintendo, so I have the only non-Nintendo game that I've played since the Sega era is, I think it was called Midnight Run or something like that. It was on I think it was on the original Xbox. Midnight Racing. There was a 300C that was a pretty good car, fairly evenly balanced. Let's see. Midnight Club? Maybe it was called Midnight Club. I'm looking it up right now. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't honestly. I don't think that Nintendo needs a bigger variety of games. Um, in the sense that it's Nintendo. You know, you buy a Nintendo to play Mario and Zelda and Mario Kart and Smash Bros. And maybe Kirby or Yoshi. You know, Nintendo is what Nintendo is, and they're family friendly games. So, for example, with Burnout, you can't play that two player on the couch. You know, you have to have separate consoles. Same with all the Xbox games. I don't think Xbox has any. If you want to play Halo, you literally have to have multiple TVs, multiple Xboxes, and an internet connection. Because I did play Halo with a roommate for a while. I was terrible at it, but so that's the other game that I've played that's not Nintendo. Oh, and of course, Final Fantasy, because I did play on the original PlayStation. I did play Final Fantasy, and I did play that clown car game. Anyway, let me. I'm gonna maybe I'm gonna focus here for a second. All right, so assert ops require exchange. I want to go look at. Hmm. Okay, what was the purpose of setting? Oh, I needed to actually test this condition. All right. So if it doesn't have the code and it doesn't have the receipt, then I'm going to throw the error. Otherwise, I'm going to call next. That's what this needs to do. And then maybe I also set require exchange equals true. All right, let's see. They don't, but it's nice for people like me who enjoy those genres. But aren't you? Do you really want to play Burnout Paradise at 45 frames per second? I mean, aren't you going to get a PlayStation anyway? Because that's the thing. Is it is I would not have bought Burnout Paradise or Need for Speed if they were not available on Nintendo. And I really like Need for Speed. That's another one that I played back in the PlayStation era. And I think that the one for the Nintendo is great. In fact, maybe I'll play that tonight. Burnout Paradise made me remember how much I liked Need for Speed when I bought it one weekend and I played it, I don't know, for a week or two. And then I haven't played video games in a while. Um, I've been wanting to get back into it, but I just haven't. But I do like having those things on the Switch. Um, but I'm such a casual player. Hmm. Playing Need for Speed on a tablet? I had a tablet once. Okay. Do I want to All right, I think that this assert valid is wrong because of the way the assert ops work. I'm going to go into there and look at that. Okay. Oh, and that's now just an alias for assert is fresh. Let me see. Yeah, I see what's wrong here. I think I'm going to remove this. Okay, why did I not? What? The reason I put this here because I wanted a particular consistency in the way that um, this would work. Let me think. Why did I want this consistency? I think this is one of the parts that's tripping me up, is this being here. So let me think about this. Tried too many times. We don't want to be able to increment max attempts. So let me go look at this real quick. I'm going to go grab exchange dat and verify dat. Okay. Where's this increment at? Interesting. That increment's not used anywhere? Really? Where's the increment? Whoops. Increment. Okay. So if not verified, okay. And if not verified at or not exchanged at, then we can increment this whole bit here. Except I don't want to throw a retry here. This basically should have been, let's see. Basically, this should have been expired. To do should not have the expired already thrown. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff that's in my head on this, and I'm trying to get it out, but I'm not going to do a very good job of explaining what I'm doing right now, just because again, this is part of why I haven't been streaming for a week, because the way in which I'm working on this is not really conducive to explaining myself, and trying to explain myself kind of slows me down a bit, because there's just a lot of state that I'm trying to manage. And I thought that I was done with it, and then, well, we get here on the stream, and then I realize I'm not quite. Care more about convenience than resolution and FPS. That's cool. Switch is pretty much a gaming tablet. It is exactly a NVIDIA Tegra, so it is exactly a tablet. Yeah, good call. Interesting. Yeah, I hardly ever play in handheld mode. This is my problem being an adult and gaming. I can't finish games anymore. So I really, really, really want to finish Majora's Mask. That's a game that I never finished. There's actually a few games I'd like to finish. But for me to finish something, I have to be able to binge it and finish while I'm binging. So it's got to fit within basically 20 to 40 hours. And Majora's Mask is something where, well, yeah, probably even lower than that, probably 10 to 30 hours. It's got to be somewhere down that range. Majora's Mask is a game where if you put it down and you pick it up later, then you have to start over, because there's too much state going on. And really, Ocarina of Time is that way too. I actually, my wife and I was playing Ocarina. I was going through the Zeldas with my wife, and we got through Link's Awakening. We got through Link to the Past. We were doing Oracle of Ages when Link's Awakening came out, and that disrupted that one. But anyway, at one point we had started Ocarina of Time, and I picked it back up later, and I was just completely lost. Did not know what to do. I think I was headed toward the water temple or something. But the one cool thing is with Skyward Sword, I streamed that for the 4 sessions that I played it. So I can actually go back and figure out where I was before I play it next time, which that's one neat thing about doing the streaming bit. Okay, so verify response. Verified equals. I don't know why verified was true there. That definitely should have been verified equals pass. Glad I caught that. Okay. Well, I guess. Yeah. Anyway. So it did verify. Really, I don't know. This is in the right place. I don't think that's in the right place. I think part of this assert valid is in the wrong place. Okay, so I'm going to put some notes here. So rule. Can't increment attempts after success. All right. Can exchange once with code. Exchange meaning get an access token or an ID token, and an API token. Can exchange once with receipt only after code succeeds. Can't increment attempts after success. Increment on failure. On code or receipt failure. All right. Let's take a look at this again. Okay. And then you can't cancel it. After success. But we do need some sort of operation of delete. So let's just do this. So if it's been deleted, that's the numero uno. If there's too many attempts, it can't ever have success after there being too many attempts, so that one makes sense to be next. It can only be canceled if it's not already success or whatever. And then we only need to throw these errors if we're actually trying to redeem it. So I feel like that yeah, that's not an issue. So this, yeah, this just doesn't even need to go here. Yeah, this whole bit just needs to move. Send back state on expired but verified. Yes. So the expiration applies to so this is the tricky bit. We only care if it's expired if you're actually trying to redeem it. Or if you don't have a code. So I kind of do want to know if this has been verified. Okay. Let's try that. Maybe we could just do this. If valid, return true. Okay. I think this is how I'm going to handle it. We only check expiration let's see. Hold on, let me think about this again. So we only check expiration if oh, whoops. No, this would be if valid, not if not valid. So if verified at and valid, return true. All right, so this is the thing. If the code is old, but it's been verified before and it's valid, we don't throw that it's expired. And there's a reason for this. The reason for this is that the state, because the state may be valuable. Now, this does give us a problem that the ID needs to be fairly long. I don't remember how long the ID is by default. I need to go look at that real quick. So ID, let me go look at, what was it called? Code. Oh, that was another thing I was going to do. Let me go in here and see if I can do this real quick. So everywhere that I had store, I was going to replace that with uppercase store because it's more of a module thing. Yeah. Okay. Great. And then I was going to do the same thing with the codes in the flow. Codes with codes. Great. And then I was going to replace flow with flow. For better or for worse. Okay, now what was I just looking at? I was just looking at something or other. I think I was looking at the assert. Oh, no. I wanted to see how wide the ID is. ID byte count. What's the default on that? Why was I doing it that small? Because the ID doesn't really matter that much. Sorry for picking my nose and all, but there was a lot of dust earlier. I was putting a hole in the wall in the laundry room and then putting a telecom box in. Okay. So that one. I think I kind of want to increase the default value here. Let's see. 4 bytes is 32, no. 32 bits? Yeah, that's not very much. It is 4 billion. 8 times 16. Yeah, or 8 plus 8. 16, 32. Yeah, this probably needs to be larger. So 8 would be 64. I think you're a lot less likely to just randomly come across those. Still, remind me again, let's see, how wide, if we're doing base 62, crypto.random bytes 16 toString base 64 dot length. And what does that look like? Yeah, it's kind of long. I guess it's only 22 characters, but still, it's quite a bit. What would 96 be? That'd be 12. That's not so obscene. And then let's just see what 8 was again. Versus 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 8's not too bad and probably better. All right. So there's nothing that should identify the user in the state. The state should be basically public values. Okay, so let's make that assumption. The state is going to be public values. And okay. All right. So we send back the status. Whoops. Again, we can't cancel if it fails any other error. We can't increment failed attempts if there's any other error. Let's see, if not fresh, status equals expired, and then else Wait, why does it say ordered at? It should say expired at. Okay. All right. We're going to move this require exchange out of here. Yep, because that doesn't belong here. One problem solved. Excellent. Okay, where's check status? Not in here. All right, I don't know what this exchange is about. Exchange. Okay, we don't need that. Okay, let's do redeem. Let's go into this flow, to the redeem flow. And all right, we know that we're going to require exchange at this point. All right, I think this is what we do. Put it right here. Yeah, I already had a comment for that. This is the correct thing to do. This is the correct place for this logic to be. And so what I need to know is, did this fail validation? And the answer to that is yes. Well, if we get to the part where we're trying to redeem it, yeah, I don't know if that means anything anymore. Oh, verified's happening here. Okay, so whether or not this is verified needs to get passed in. To the redeem, right? Okay. There we go. So what are we going to throw here if not verified? Let me go take a look and see. Throw. I think I need to see what I did before. Okay, so where were attempts checked? I'm just going to chalk this up to developer error. Yeah. Tried to redeem a non-verified response. That's ambiguous enough. Okay. Okay. Get rid of that. Now stir. All right. So then let failed validation equals false. Bless me. Okay, I think this solves a lot of the error problems. All right, now I think we can entirely get rid of this variable of require exchange. Yes, we can. Okay, can we get rid of that one at least? Okay. So let me think here. So if it's deleted, I don't think I want to signal anything with that. So code invalid, code invalid, code invalid. What else? Code invalid expired. So let's see where I'm using code invalid here. Oh. All right. Is there any other place that I'm using it other than right there? Nope. Okay, good. I get to remove some of this complexity. So I think we just keep the whole thing bad request. That should be good enough. Just keep this as a 400. There's no other status for code invalid. I think we actually do want different codes for this. We want a different code for expired. And we definitely want, I think we definitely want to signal too many attempts. So I think we do want a code not found. I think we want that for deleted. All right, so if deleted, simply code not found should do. And what do we call it when you pass the threshold like this? If the code is invalid because you passed the threshold, what do we call that? I'm trying to remember. Okay, code tried too many times, canceled. Or expired. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But again, we don't need any of this failed validation anymore. That's no longer necessary, so let's get rid of that. Okay. So we can get rid of that one. And then let's go ahead and update assert ops here. Verified. Timestamp. What else? That's it. Okay. Only for debugging and unit testing. Okay. Let's see what we could get to. I think there's little gnats or something attacking me. Could be wrong. All right. So I don't need to require response middleware. No, and actually, gnats, as in there's been a few little flies. So I'm in a garage. If we were to pan out here, I don't think you can see it from, yeah. So there's the screen, there's the garage door, there's the stairs, there's the little light. There's which way is it? Okay, there. Oh yeah. Maybe instead of looking at the screen, I could look in real life, and then I could point accurately. Well, I guess here I'm actually pointing at my screen, but now it looks like I'm pointing at the light. Whereas here it looks like I'm pointing at the screen, even though I'm pointing at the light. So it is a matter of perspective. But yeah, so I'm actually in a garage. And so we open the garage up sometimes during the day because, we're doing garage stuff. Also, the car gets parked right behind me. So anyway, yeah, actual flies that are in the garage. Thanks. So the Neverworld. Have we not talked about PHP before? Friends don't let friends PHP. Okay. But, I mean, you could certainly take this and you could build this in PHP. By the time I'm done with this, which will be tonight, fingers crossed, you should just be able to follow the steps that are laid out and, be able to implement it similarly. It's going to be, I don't know, 100 steps of things that can happen, but you could follow them and redo it. Okay, where was I at? A Git challenge. Okay. So there is this case, check status. Yeah, there's a little fly. And it's a little gnat-sized fly, or fruit fly-sized fly. It was just flying around on me. I might have gotten it. I might not have. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of object-oriented programming in the sense that most people use it. I'm a big fan of object-oriented programming like Go and the Go style of JavaScript. And I think, let's see, just plain good talks, problem decomposition, this one right here. So check this out. Take a look at this. This hopefully will show you a better way. So, and I do want to, I got to check to see, I don't think he's got an audiobook for this, which might make sense. But I would enjoy an audiobook of that, I think. Anyway, where was I at? Okay, so check status. Failed verification. That's not necessary. Required change, not necessary. What is necessary is to know if this is verified. All right, so now I have a different problem. Maybe. Okay, assert ops. Assert ops. So we've got to verify. And let's see. So basically at this point, if it's not verified, we should be incrementing here. So let's move that around. Let's move that to check status. I think this is the right place for it now. All right, and in order to make this a little cleaner, I think I'm actually going to do if not code params and not receipt. Then we're going to assert valid and return. And then here we will also assert valid. When checking status, code and receipt are optional. So I could also probably just get rid of that as well. I could just say they're not optional. If you want to check the ID, you need to either have the code or the receipt. Is that fair to do? I think that's fair to do. I think this is a case that for some reason I needed in the past, but I don't actually need anymore. I think it's just adding complexity. So let's just get rid of the idea that checking the code or the receipt is optional, and that eliminates part of the headache of that I've been describing. So many of these problems that I've been encountering with, I'm not sure how to handle this logic. I'm realizing that logic wasn't necessary in the first place. That the logic was vestigial, meaning like the tailbone. There was an earlier iteration in which I had made a decision, which I had since backed out of. Yeah, I'm actually pretty cool with this. Yeah, you always require the code, or the receipt is always required alongside the ID. This makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I'm down with that. So I just need to find where is their not code. Oops. Okay, where is their not receipt? Okay, where is their dot receipt? Hmm. Are you using Vim? Yes, I am using Vim. And so I have Vim Essentials is what I call it. There we go. Yeah. So if you want to check that out, that would be, oops, this is what I should put in for my stream elements command for Vim. Actually, I should put that in there. Vim Essentials, short, let's see, short Vim tutorial. Let me go. I'm doing something on the stream tab real quick. Okay, so the one that ends in D0. All right, got it. There we go. There we go. Okay, I updated my Vim command. So if anybody does bang Vim in the chat, then you'll get, oh, and hey, everybody joining in, how y'all doing? It's nice to have you here. Let me know if you are new or a long time watcher. And yeah, try out the bang Vim in the chat and you should see well, it's basically the same thing that I just put there, so I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's that link, Vim Essentials, and then the short tutorial there. Okay. So this one, known receipt, I'm going to go check out, oh, no, that I don't need to worry about. This one. Okay, receipt. ID code or receipt is missing from the request. Okay, that makes sense though. And then where's the verify? Or redeem, is it? All right, params.code, params.receipt. Code or receipt is missing from parameters. Okay. Yeah, this is good. Okay. You know, it's taken a long time. It's been a really long journey, but I really feel, I don't know. We'll see whether or not I feel if it's worth it in a couple of years. But at least right now, I'm very satisfied going through this very complicated, difficult to explain process and distilling it down to the most essential pieces to the point where I'm hopeful. I mean, I at least can have hope that as other people work on this, that it will be usable and useful and not mysterious. It has been very painful to get this to the point where it doesn't feel mysterious, but I think that is essential. All right, so check status. So we have codes.verify. All right, and so that's going to fail. Let's see, lib magic codes verify. Okay. Hashify. Interesting. So we have a little bit of a problem here, is we're not actually, looks like we're not actually verifying the receipt properly. I mean, it's okay because it always fails. But okay, verify order code. But I think this code is actually params now. Let's see. Is that right? Yeah, it's params. Good. So what we have here is params, and what we should have is params.receipt or params.code. Okay. And so what we should have here let's see, magic params. So what we should have here, wait, what? Oh no, crap. So code is not going to be in params, I don't think. Let me think about that for a second. Is it going to be in params? It could be in params. What was it saying? And now I forgot my earlier thought too. Argument of type string or possibly undefined, I think is what it's saying. Okay, so we're going to do this. If not user receipt, then user receipt is equal to hashing the code, but it's still upset with me. All right, so basically, same thing here. If not params.code and not params.receipt, then we're going to throw this developer error. I kind of want that to go somewhere else. Let's see. Hashify. Let's do that. What do you mean Hashify does not exist? What happened? Oh, this doesn't have a closing bracket. Got it. Okay, now we should be good. Now if I get rid of this again, now it's going to complain again, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's fine. Cool. So I do think it is right here that I want to put this. Okay, let params equals magic.params. I think I'm just going to put that up here. Okay. All right, so if this is missing, so we're always going to require those. All right, okay, I think this is coming together. So we're always going to require that we have a code or a receipt. That's clear. Providing incorrect code or receipt will increment, not always, will increment the failure counter unless already redeemed, expired, etc. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Okay. I think that's correct. And I don't know where these comments belong. I don't think I've got those comments in the right place anymore. I think they do belong a little further down, along with assert ops, because I'm not even sure what assert ops means anymore. And I thought I'd change the type for this, for assert ops. Okay, assert valid. Let me go check that real quick. Assert valid. They take magic assert ops. Let me go check the type on that. Magic assert ops. That's interesting. So magic assert ops. Well, I'm actually kind of surprised then. I could get rid of that assert is fresh. And we could just replace that with assert valid at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and this is definitely no longer true. This no longer handles the mutexy bits. So I had this comment here, handles the mutexy bits of the attempt counter cool offer. I actually got rid of that. I got rid of the rate limiter because, and there needs to be a rate limiter, but in a different place. And this is something that maybe will come in a version 1.1. Because originally I had the rate limiter, but then I just decided, well, you don't really need to worry about rate limiting a particular challenge response code if you only allow 2 or 3 attempts at that code. So I got rid of that because it was just another one of those things where it complicated the logic. And there was bits where, you have to basically well, like it said, lock and unlock the rate limiter, say. And now, even that would be simpler now, because now I'm saying that anytime that you use, that you check the status of an authorization code, you have to either have the code or the receipt as well as the ID. So you always need these 2 pieces of information. And I'm trying to think, is there any time when I wouldn't want to require those 2 pieces of information? I don't think there is, because either you're going to be on the original computer that made the request and you're going to have those pieces of information, or you're going to be on the computer that's doing the exchange. So, yep. By the way, hello everybody. How's it going? I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday night or Sunday morning, whatever it is, wherever you are. Okay. All right, feeling better about this. Feeling better about it all the time. All right, so now what do I need this assert ops for? Assert ops. Why is this not... Why does this not have an error? Oh, I know why that doesn't have an error. I need to go update. Where did I define flow? Okay, magic code. I'm going to call this flow instead of calling it vend. Okay, magic code vend with magic. Okay. So I'm actually going to move all 3 of these, I think, into my types file. Do I have a callback here? Yes, I do. So I finally figured out how to do something that I was trying to figure out how to do for a while, which is just, so, you hear me talk about this all the time, but the problem with the JavaScript community is the people that teach other people how to use JavaScript in the JavaScript community. It's a long history of blind leading the blind, and everybody tries to make JavaScript a different language. And you can see this in things like JSDoc. JSDoc does not have a way to, it does not present a way to document JavaScript in the way that you would document JavaScript. It has a way to document JavaScript in the way that you would document Java. because JavaScript is all about objects. It is one of the only truly object-oriented languages. It is not an inheritance-oriented language. It is an object-oriented language. And so, and functions are first-class citizens and all that. So an object can have functions, and that's just fine. That's basically, if you return an object that has functions, it's essentially a constructor. Anyway, point being that you can use this syntax here, type def function, rather than type def object, or at callback. This is kind of obscure in the documentation because obviously you're not really, it's not a callback. It's a function. So you can type def a function. That's the thing. You can type def a function, and that's what I needed to do for these. So magic code store, for example. Whoops. I could type def function magic code store get. And then I can say that the param to this is going to be, I think it's, I'm trying to remember, I think it's magic order is what it is. I probably should call it magic challenge. And then what does it return? Or is it magic params? I actually forgot what it is. I need to go take a look at that real quick. Let me go look at the magic store. No, this is... Okay, let me go take a look at this. What am I looking at? Magic code gen, magic code store. And then what was the example I gave for the store? Okay. Really, it can be in any. It just needs to be something that has at least an ID. And then it needs to return an order. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. Okay, how am I doing this? Store.get. Okay. Oh, right. Because I wanted to be able to get it by the identifier as well. And this is weird because in JSDoc/TypeScript, you do an and rather than an or. So it's not the exclusive, what's the same between these two, it's the union of the two. So ampersand is union, which I guess makes sense. Okay, so we've got that. And then magic store set. And then you're going to pass in an order. And then you're going to get back nothing. And this is going to be a promise. Yeah, and this one too. Oh, this is going to be promise void though. You could return something from it. We don't expect anything to be returned from it. That possibly could throw as well. Okay, so that's that. And I'm just going to try magic code generator, magic code verifier. It's going to take in the params, which, let me double check what magic params is. ID code receipt, finalize. Yeah, okay, cool. And it's going to promise Boolean. And then what was the generator going to do? The generator is going to promise magic params. And then it's going to take in basically an any. So whatever options it needs to take in. ID, let's see, byte count. I'm going to call this magic code ops for now, though, because in my actual use presently, that's what it is. It's magic code ops. Okay, cool. So anyway, this is how you type def a function. You give it the name, the params, what it returns, and then you can begin to use that and just say, hey, a function has these things. Because JavaScript, mixing JavaScript and classes is pretty dumb. And that was discovered multiple times over the years, but different standards bodies keep on trying to make it a thing. But it really, if you think about it, it doesn't make sense for a language that is event-based and primarily asynchronous to be driven by synchronous state. It boggles the mind. All right. And then I said I was going to call this flow. And then I do need, for each of these, let's see. Oh, cool. All right, so this one is going to be called magic flow init. Magic flow init, there we go. And then it's got parts, device, and request. Okay, so oh, okay. So I guess the generator should return magic parts, not magic params. There we go. So magic parts is going to be called parts. Magic device is going to be called device. And then magic request is going to be request. And the request is the part that has the request is going to be for an email address or a phone number. Okay, and then I don't think it returns anything, or maybe it does, magic order, maybe. Yes, that's what it returns. It does return the magic order. Convert ID, receipt, and code to a full order. Okay, assert valid. Brr. And the reason that I'm defining these here rather than in the file where they're defined is these parts are all replaceable. So you could create your own. Basically, I'm defining an interface. That's what I'm doing. This type def here is actually an interface. Okay, so magic flow verify. Well, it's not even verify, really. It's just validate. And I call it assert because it throws. If it still throws. Yes, it does. Okay. So I'm going to put at throws here. So I put at throws on things that we expect them to throw. That's part of their normal operation. That it's throwing. Throwing doesn't mean the code is horribly broken. Throwing means that it's a safer way of passing back an error, essentially. You're saying, I want it to be really clear this is an error, not something that you could accidentally not check. That's essentially what that is. And the redeem is going to be the same way. And that increment belongs somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Okay, anyway, so I got the validate, and then that's magic order. And then I think this is actually params now. Yeah. So magic params, which is different from parts because parts is all three pieces are required. Params, all three pieces are optional. Or the ID is, I think the ID is required, but the other two pieces are optional. Something like that. It may or may not be there. Okay. So we're going to have magic order. And then params, and then assert options. Okay, order, params, assert ops. Got it. Nailed it. Okay. And then, oh, what was this going to return? This is going to return Boolean. It's going to return true or it's going to throw an error. Got it. Okay, and this next one is the redeem. And it is going to be order params device. Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing? And this likewise, it's going to return, I think it's going to return the magic order that's been modified, or it's going to throw. Okay, so the assert valid, it seems that the assert valid should also change. Let's see. I don't think that the increment belongs on its own. I think the increment belongs somewhere else. Yeah, and then the cancel. That's its own thing. Order and device. Let me go do that one real quick. So how are the adventures of Mike? What have you been up to lately? Okay, magic flow cancel. And I think I'm going to put params in there just for good measure. They're not strictly necessary, but I'd kind of like to keep these function signatures similar. And for that, I think I'm going to throw device in here as well. Order params device, order params device. Okay, so in this one, I'm just going to mark this as to do. Because I don't think I've got that quite right. All right, so this is what I'm going to call this. The magic code gen verify interface. Magic flow interface. All right. And then the magic storage interface. Oh, you were streaming. Oh, yeah, you were telling me that you were doing streaming. Streaming a seafood auction. I went to Taiwan once, and the thing I remember buying some noodles late in the night, probably 11 or 11 p.m., 12 a.m., something like that, really late, down some alley that was, I don't know, maybe a mile away from my hotel. Because the whole flying over there really messed me up. I was only there, I think, 3 days, and I was just messed up the whole time. I couldn't figure out day and night. I think I just randomly go sleep and then wake up, and it was pretty terrible. But also, it looked like a hot dog, but it was made of rice, and it was pretty good. Yes. No, I did not get that food from 7-Eleven, but I did. There was a 7-Eleven on every other street corner, or I think it was let's see, I think it was essentially if you walked any 3 blocks from the main street in any direction, there was a 7-Eleven. And you could often line of sight see more than one 7-Eleven. And I remember there was root beer milk and watermelon milk and all sorts of milk in little half-pint containers. And I tried several of them. And that was really interesting. I do remember the 7-Eleven experience. But no, I got food from a street vendor. And I didn't die. So there's that. Oh, whoops. I need to rename this. Yeah, it was crazy the number of 7-Elevens that there were. I don't think I have ever seen any store so frequently ever anywhere else I've ever been. And I don't think that I can explain to people that I'm not exaggerating when I say that there was a 7-Eleven within, typically 2 7-Elevens within 3 to 4 blocks in any direction. If you went to one corner and you looked one way and you looked the other way, you could see 1 or 2 7-Elevens from any block that you were standing on. Is that well, and I don't remember the place where I was in Taiwan. It was probably not too far from, no, I think it was far from the airport. I think we had an hour-long train ride or something. No, that was when we went, oh, I can't remember. It's all kind of a blur. The 7-Eleven smells good in Taiwan. I don't remember the smell of it. But that was back in the Daply days. Let's see what happens if we Google Daply. I haven't done that in probably about a year. It was not actually acquired, and their foundation bought the assets. It did not acquire the debt. I'm not really sure how that's legal, actually. It probably isn't. Because I think that's one of the things with the company is that if it's becoming insolvent, then it needs to give the investors I don't know. Interesting. Eventually, when it's available again, I'm going to buy the domain name. Let's see if it's available again. It's probably not. Holy moly. Youch. It's a premium domain. That is crazy. Hmm. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think I want to I'm definitely not going to buy it for $8,000. If it ever comes down, I might buy it again. We'll see. Some weird stuff happened with that company. I was the founder, the original founder. I got a partner. Things didn't go well. All of the investment money got gone. I was kicked out of the company. And then I had to remove myself from the board for reasons. Which, I don't know. I might do that story at some point. Well, I do want to do that story in full at some point, but not tonight. Okay, where was I at? I was looking at this thing. I got distracted from that because I was here and it wasn't giving me the error message that I was expecting. Was it in here? I was trying to figure out if I actually need assert ops for anything anymore because I don't think that I actually do. Okay. Okay, because this doesn't actually check to see if it's verified. Okay. Magic route ops. I think something didn't go quite right. I think something's still wrong. Should be getting errors on that. Anyway. Let's see here. You want to make something similar with DigitalOcean, similar to what? Easy setup to host live web servers off your local host. So like Telebit? I've written this both in Go and in Node, and I will be monetizing it this year, gosh darn it. Or I'll just quit my life. Not in a bad way, but my life ambitions, I mean. Yeah, so Telebit it's available open source in Node. I will have the source code available paid in Go. The source code is written there. The Go version exists. I have not deployed it and made it available for purchase, but the purchasable version will be written in Go. Yeah, I'm probably going to do the same for the Go version to encourage purchasing. But I want it to be available where you can purchase the server for yourself. And then be able to work out deals for licensing on clients and whatnot. I do want we'll see how I do it. I want the code to be open source and that I want people to be able to learn how to implement it themselves in other languages, but I don't want I want to be able to I want it to be sustainable. I want to be able to provide the full peer-to-peer ecosystem. Okay, so there's cancel. So yeah, this should be giving me an error. I'm not sure what's going on here. Something isn't quite right. I think that somewhere along the line, let's see, let me go into Magic Flow here. And let's see, at param, we have a returns. Yeah, so let's put in an at returns magic flow magic code flow. Oops. Magic code flow. Okay, that's right, I guess. Okay, let's see. I do SSH tunnel reverse proxies with mine with the DigitalOcean IP. Was wanting to automate the setup process. It's $5 a month for the IP, so you could charge $10 a month per sub. No, well, I don't need to. I don't really want it. I do want to offer subscription for people that want it, but primarily I want to sell it so that you own it. Basically, yeah, I guess, yeah. Well, there are some subscription-y stuff. But yeah, if you run this command here, then you will get Telebit. DigitalOcean has an API. I've used it, but you don't really need the IP. So this shows how you do it right here. You can turn on SSH auto with Telebit, and then all you need to do is grab sclient, and then you can set your proxy command to sclient%h, and then that will work like that. And then also, if you go to a Telebit instance, you'll get the same documentation when you first go to it, and it'll have. I made sclient literally. I created sclient in order to be able to have this documentation in a single line. Well, and I wanted something that was cross-platform. I needed something that would work on Windows as well. But a big part of it was actually just being able to have this as a one-line piece of documentation, because it is difficult to, with OpenSSL, you have to supply a lot of options. So, but yeah, S clients or OpenSSL's S_client can be used so that it looks at the domain name that comes in over TLS, and it uses that to direct the port, so you don't need to have multiple IP addresses. Also, you can buy IP addresses through DigitalOcean, but this is one of my problems with the web as it stands, is that you end up paying more rather than less as you I don't know how to quite explain it. You know, the economies of scale work against you on the web. In the physical world, economies of scale work for you as a customer, right? So as a customer, if I want to buy bananas, economies of scale work for me. The more bananas that I want to buy, the less I pay. But on the web, it's becoming more popular that it's because it's a lock-in model, because you have no alternatives. You can't get, I can get my bananas from any vendor. Really, there's only, what, two? But there's the mechanics of the competition and whatever else it is makes it so that if I want to buy bananas, I can buy in bulk and I can get a better price. And I guess if you were to make bananas too expensive for me, I would buy apples instead, right? But in the world of tech, once they get you on the vendor lock-in, that, they give it to you for free, but then once you need to grow with them, it costs more the more you need. So instead of I need the capacity of 10 servers, I only have to pay for, 9, I get a 10% discount. It's once I go from needing 1 server to 2 servers, the price doesn't, normally it'd be, oh, well, if you need to buy 2 servers, we'll give you a little bit of a discount. If you need 3 servers, 5 servers, 10 servers, we'll give you a little bit more of a discount. If you need 100 servers, we'll give you a little bit more of a discount. But instead, it works the opposite way, where, okay, well, I'm going to charge you more, and then I'm going to charge you more. And that just kind of, yeah. As you DIY, what do you mean as you DIY? I missed the part where what you were responding to. Anyway, okay. So I need to go back to where the increment is. All right, let's see. If not, pass. Okay. Let's see. I need to figure this bit out here. It gets more expensive to DIY your own web servers. Not necessarily the web server, but in general. Sorry, I kind of skipped a step in my thought process. So one of the things that happens is, okay, think like Heroku, for example. Heroku is able to aggregate resources and give you less, right? So if I pay $5 a month for DigitalOcean, if I'm getting only a fraction of the capability of DigitalOcean, it seems that I should pay less. Hey, what's up, Internet Bird? welcome. Hey. But what ends up happening as you're aggregating more, you get less and you pay more, right? So Heroku offers a worse service than DigitalOcean. They're built on top of something like DigitalOcean, and you get less and you pay more. You know, Heroku is what I haven't checked out Heroku in years, but last time I checked, they were something in the realm of maybe $20 or $40 a month. So at least 4 times what you are with DigitalOcean to get something that's less capable, less powerful, less reliable. And you know, so that's the thing that's weird to me. The more DIY you get, you do sacrifice some amount of convenience, of course. But even, I mean, think for example, if you wanted to do voice transcriptions, which I do for the streams, which I don't have them posted on a blog yet, but the idea is to get a blog site up and then have all the transcriptions posted with time codes and stuff. But if you want to get voice transcriptions through Google itself, the price is astronomical. It does go down ever so slightly as you buy in the range of millions, but the price is just astronomical. The service I'm using is Otter, and their price is really low to start with, but then it grows as you need more. So it's just this weird thing on the web where as services are aggregated, you tend to pay more rather than paying less. As you sign on to a platform, it's free to get started. Then there's a huge jump to the tier 1 plan, and then the tier 2 and 3 and 4 plans. Well, pretty soon you just get to call us for enterprise pricing or whatever. But you know, when you look at the tier 1 versus tier 2, it's a big jump up. It's not, oh, okay, I'm bundling, I'm purchasing more of your services. So instead of it costing, 100 units cost me $100. So instead of 1,000 units costing me $1,000, 1,000 units should cost me $900. But instead it goes the other way. 1,000 units cost me $5,000. And if I need 10,000 units, then that's going to cost me $100,000, All right, go grab lunch. Have a good one. I'll talk to you later. Okay. All right, now what was I doing over here? I don't think I really want to put the failure here. Yeah, so what I want to get back to is where you pay for something outright, rather than getting lulled into this, oh, it's just $5 a month for the rest of your life. You can pay for stuff outright and own it, and then you'll likely pay about the same because you'll want to renew the next year for getting updates and getting support. But it's a completely different feeling of, oh, I have no options, I'm locked in, versus this service is so great that I'm happy to pay again. And that's what I want to provide for people, is that. Okay. Magic.verify. I could have sworn I had done this somewhere. Okay, verified. Pass. Okay, if not magic.verified. All right, so what do we do? No, we didn't do the assert yet. Okay. I think I need to do something else here. All right. So if magic verified, we're going to throw an error. Otherwise, we're going to increment for the error here. Yeah, so I think this needs to be folded into the assert valid, essentially. So let me roll this up. See if I can get that. Let me go into magic flow here, assert valid, and just tack this on like that. I think that that will work. Well, except that it won't work because we don't know if it's verified or not. Well, that's what the assert ops are for, right? Assert ops not verified. And then we got magic flow.increments. Okay, let me check out on comments here. I needed the huge 10 terabyte, so I'd rather pay $5 a month plus 32. What? You needed the 10 terabyte plus, you mean bandwidth? So I'd rather pay $5 a month than who knows what, plus 32 CPU cores and 64 gigabytes of memory workstation. 10 terabytes plus of what? A bandwidth or storage? Because I can't see, you mean 10 gigabytes? I can see that for $5 a month, but it is super expensive by terabytes. Data storage? How in the, what? Are you saying you're getting 10 terabytes for $5 a month? Where? Only problem is my server is in one location, not so great for people around the world, but probably have to test that. Oh, you're saying, yeah, that you're doing, so you're running a proxy like Telebit or ngrok. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Well, so you could also imagine this though. If you are handling large files, then it's acceptable to have low latency. What you want is you can split your application into two parts. The part that does the command and control features, and that you could host in multiple locations around the world. And then the part that does the actual storage transfer, that can be a separate domain. Because, you know, if I want to download something and I need to download, 10 gigabytes of a movie or some such, I don't really care if it takes 1 second of latency to get the first byte, because the transfer is going to take a few minutes anyway, right? And the way that TCP works is that it has windowing, and it's optimistic windowing. So the more acknowledgments it gets, the faster it becomes. So for example, if we did a speed test, which give me just 1 second here. Let's see. Are we still streaming? Oh no. Did I break it? Did I break it? Are we back? Are we coming back? I think we're coming back. Sorry. Okay, we're back. Good. So I realize I can't do what I was going to do while I'm already streaming. I was switching my network connection. Anyway, so what I was going to say is if we do a speed test, then you see that there's always that little bit of slope to it. I'm not doing a speed test because it would show my IP address and city and stuff like that. So anyway, I was going to connect to the VPN, but I should have done that before I started. Anyway, the point that I was making is, yeah, there's that little curve that you always see at the beginning that lets you know. Okay, good. You could see that, or maybe I should do it this way. Whatever. Anyway, that lets you, the TCP is ramping up. The number of packets is ramping up, and this is in part to overcome latency. So if there's 1 second of latency, if you discover that the bandwidth throughput is really good, then what you'll do is you'll just send many different packets expecting that the acknowledgement will come. And then the windowing will shrink if it's not getting acknowledgements, or if it's getting failures, negative acknowledgements, then the TCP window will shrink. So if you are sending large files, it's okay to start out small, and then it's okay to have large latency, because if the bandwidth is good enough, then it'll work out, right? So that's all I was saying, is that you don't, depending on what the circumstances, you don't necessarily have to worry about the poor bandwidth. The poor latency. Now, depending on where in the world you are, if you have really bad bandwidth, that can, that could be a problem. Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can get this. Where was I? I was right here. Okay, and then dot catch function. All right, so this is a little funky, because if this is going to throw and it's going to update, okay, I don't like that after all. Okay, so I changed my mind. So in a way, this is the whole problem with the error handling. So in a way, it feels like, yeah, this should go here. This is where this belongs. But the problem is, oops. Let me go back here. I need to get my thoughts back. If you're throwing an error, you're not returning a value. This is one of the things that I like about Go, is you can both return a value and an error. And in some situations like this one, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, let me do @type magic assert ops. Yeah. It seems I don't like this right here. If you have a dot catch, the type is not implicitly any. That's kind of goofy to me, because the type should be implicitly error. WeChat is showing user IP addresses. Meh. I don't know. My IP address is, it's not too hard to find it, I guess, really. I just don't want to show it on this display. If you want to find my IP address, it's I'm sure you could. Well, it's not really the scammers, it's just trying to be a little bit more... Privacy isn't the right word. I don't know what is the right word. There's just some things I'm a little bit more cognizant of than I used to be. Oh, yeah, I don't know too much about WeChat. I think I used it once. I think I used it while I was in China for something earlier. Is that the one? Is the Chinese one? Okay, so this feels funky, but yeah, I don't know a better way to do it. All right. Wait, why would I be throwing... Do I even want this here? I may have this in the wrong place. Let me think about this. What does assert valid mean? I think assert valid is actually checking for freshness. Yeah, that's what it originally was. Let's see. So if it's deleted, if there's too many attempts already, if it's canceled, or if it's expired. So, okay, I'm going to go back. I can make this less complicated again. The complexity is vestigial. It's not required for this. It was required for something else. And whoops, now that I can change that logic. I really did this. Oh, excuse me. Sorry for the yawns. Sorry, not sorry. Not really sorry. There's no need to apologize for a yawn. It's weird. Why do I have to apologize for farting? That's just something you just can't control. I guess you can control it because women control it all the time. All right, so if verified next, throw eCode retry, right? Okay, verify response, redeem. Okay. So I think this all goes into the next one as well. So let's go back to redeem. Okay, so I don't think assert ops end up being necessary here. Okay, I want to go back to assert valid maybe. Let's see. Assert. Verified and timestamp. I think I'm going to put an underscore here just to denote that this is not for normal use, that it's for debugging. No, I'll leave it because you might use it for skew or something like that too. Okay, I'm just going to put a to do here. Come back and read that comment, figure it out in a little bit. Okay, so again, yeah, we do want the verified there because it changes how we handle expired. So we skip the expired check. And I think really this should be skip expired. Let's see, to do. That makes more sense. It's an implementation detail. Okay. I heard my I heard her fart once. But we blamed it on the barking spiders. Do I have any startups? Not presently as such. I've got some projects like Telebit, things that I want to be making money on. What's up, Honene? What are you doing? Oh, excellent. Okay. Okay, this is good. So this part's now way cleaned up. Way cleaned up. I really like that. Okay, check status. It's verified. All right. Now we don't need this exchange anymore. That's completely... Oh, I love it when we get to delete code. As I've said before, and I will say again, it's one of my favorite parts of coding is deleting code. Okay. So, no, we don't need that anymore. Okay, so we got this verify response. Kind of, what should this be? Redeem. I'm not really doing any redeeming per se, but we are, yeah, I guess we are redeeming. What would be the word? We are consuming. This is great. All of the logic is in the place that I want it now. Okay. Well, this begs the question, does the redeem, does this logic move down into here? And I think it does. I'm pretty sure this logic moves into there. We've got the logic out of the status check. We did do the verify. And then we do the redeem. Okay, but wait a second. Oh, bother. There still is this one little bit. Maybe this does still belong over there. Hold on. All right, so if it's not true that magic is verified, if it isn't fully exchanged, and this would have thrown if it were expired. Okay. So it is not, so this really isn't assert, I guess it is kind of assert valid. It's just that it's the challenge itself is valid. It's not saying whether or not the code is valid, it's saying that the challenge itself is valid. It's not been canceled, deleted, or expired. Okay, and then here is where we're saying that if it didn't pass, and I'll give those comments in just a second, if it didn't pass verification, if it's not already verified, okay, flow increment, it's probably, should be order params device. Okay, verified. So I kind of think verified should go first here. Yeah, we should have the same function signature for both of these. Let me do this. That can go elsewhere. So I'm going to go back to assert valid. Let assert ops equals. Oh, and it was called verified, right? Verified. Yeah, so I had it wrong here anyway. So we have verified order params device. There we go. Okay, what was this complaint? Oh, it's complaining about the comma. All right, I really don't, now this is an internal implementation detail. That's great. All right, now I'll get back to the comments real quick. How about a YouTube where users can search videos by voice recognition? So what we found with machine learning and artificial intelligence is that computers can do things that humans can do faster, but it can't really do things that humans can't do. And this kind of makes sense if you consider, well, I am a believer in some form of evolution. And so if you consider that over hundreds of thousands or millions of years, human brains have evolved for pattern recognition, I think that it's fair to say that we have some of the best pattern recognition that's available already. And I don't know that we're going to develop better pattern recognition in computers than we have in humans. Now, maybe a computer can tell with some very niche subset of a thing, a computer can do a better job on pattern recognition. But the more broad you become, the whole idea of AI and machine learning is that you're taking some statistical algorithms and you're rerunning them over and over and over and over and over again to get the best possible algorithm. And the brain already does that. And the brain has been tuned to that through evolution. So you're not going to get a YouTube that can identify someone by the sound of their voice across all of YouTube. there's too many slight variations on voices. I could be wrong about that. You could maybe look for specific words and say you want to find people that say this particular word in the way that this other person says a particular word. So if you define it very, very narrowly to how does this person say watermelon, then perhaps, but I mean, think about it, even during the day or the night or when you're excited or when you're sad or when you're tired or whatever it is, you're going to say it differently. But yeah, so maybe pick a word like watermelon or a phrase. There's probably a phrase that is equivalent to the brown fox jumps over the lazy dog or whatever it is. That one of those sentences that uses all the letters of the alphabet. You could probably construct a phrase in each language that has similar characteristics where the person will express a huge portion that, and the purpose of the lazy brown fox jumps over the red dog or whatever it is to show what fonts look like, to show all of the letters in a font. So if you wanted to do that with somebody's voice, maybe you could. And so if you had a person say that sentence, then maybe you could get really, really close to a voice fingerprint for that particular sentence. But I don't know. Search videos by voice recognition. But if you mean just simply be able to translate sounds into words to search, that's already been done. Have a bunch of people saying keywords a lot. Well, so if you're talking about speech to text, this is already being done. YouTube's already doing that. YouTube is already cataloging the videos by keywords. So what keywords you say in a YouTube video already matter. All right, gotta go to sleep. Sorry, good night. Okay, have a good one. Good night. Adios. Okay, what was I doing here? I was doing magic device. Probably gonna have to take a bio break in a little bit here. Okay, at returns promise boolean. Okay, and then we don't pass in assert ops there, so we're good there. All right, so this seems to be about right. And then I think we're good here. I'll just leave that there. Okay, so this has really come down to the simplest pieces. All right, so check status. Okay, now we don't need assert ops here at all, right? Not in this entire file. Huzzah. Which means there's only one file that it's needed in. Which means that now I think it is an implementation detail. That's awesome. Let me go check this out. Magic assert ops. Sweet. So now I can take that out of types. Yes, reducing the surface area. Boolean verified. Getting rid of assert ops. I don't think the request is needed in there. I think we did put this in front. Okay. So one of my to-dos is going to be use similar order for similar, let's see, params for similar funcs. Just want to make sure that I've got that documented. Okay. All right, so now we got this redeem flow. What was I looking for here? There we go. Okay, code redeemed. And before, yeah, I don't think we need this failed validation error either. Hmm. All right. Let me take a look at this. Code redeemed. Magic flow. Yeah. So don't need that any longer. And that one really is a developer error as well. Because it should check the status before it tries to redeem it. To do, is this not also a developer error? Oh, bless me. It's already been that verification code or receipt has already been used. You cannot use it again. Sweet. I think code is sufficient. No mention of, let's put here details. Debug may have been the receipt. Omit mention of receipt for the sake of the user. Yeah, so it really would be a developer error. If the receipt, yeah, if the receipt, that's a developer error if the receipt is used. Yeah, that's a developer error. So I'm gonna move this see. That verification has already been used. Cannot use it again. Yeah. So we're gonna get rid of this. Now let me go back into here. Developer error. There we go. I think that's right. Oh, thanks, Easy. How's it going? What are you up to? Good to see you again. So basically, from the last time I was on, I mean, I think it's been the better part of the week I've not been streaming. I don't remember if I've streamed this week at all, but the whole time I've pretty much been working on this auth stuff and trying to simplify it down, just find the minimum complexity on it. And I think that I have. There was one last part that I've been working through. I think it's the last part anyway. Okay. So I don't really want this to be called increment. I think I want it to be called something like, I don't know, not catch failure, but you know, register failed attempt. Increment's not quite right. Handle failure. I don't know what else to call it. I do want to see about this though. What do we have? Magic flow. So initialize. Obviously it's not going to be verified yet. Assert valid. We're going to know if it's verified. Redeem. We're going to know if it's verified. Increment. We're going to know that it's verified. Cancel. That's an interesting one. For the sake of keeping the function signature the same, I think I want to do this. Maybe verified should be one of the params. I'm not really sure. I need to go check where params come from again. Also, I just took the heater away because it's been getting warmer, but now it's cold and I kind of want the heater again. So I might go grab the heater again. We'll see. Actually, I think I want to get off by midnight and play some video games. Either Burnout Paradise or Need for Speed. I just got Burnout Paradise because it went on sale on the Nintendo eShop. I use Deco Deals. If you're a Nintendoer, then you need to know about Deco Deals. So I think I got Need for Speed for around 20 bucks if I remember correctly. I think I got it when it was on sale once. Now it's way on sale. But I got the physical cartridge. Since I had no idea what Burnout Paradise was, I have no affinity towards it. I just got that one digitally. I think I do want to know when Animal Crossing. It'll probably never go on a huge physical sale. But let's see. Do we have physical sales? eShop sales? Do we have where are the? Let's see. It doesn't show it. Anyway. It's not its best sale that it's ever been on. It's gone down to $8.99, but still. Yeah, apparently it's a really popular racing game. It's kind of a demolition derby / racing game. You can have a lot of fun just crashing into things, which I think is great. Oh, you know what? There is one thing that I realized that I need to change about this. So there's 2 ways that this could be verified. So the code could be verified or the receipt could be verified. And we actually need to distinguish between the two. Okay. Let me go back to this. Okay, so we're going to do magic code. It's going to be verify. Okay, that was dumb earlier. Somebody should have told me. Hey, AJ, don't do that. That's stupid. Okay. Okay, there needs to be a verify code and verify receipt. And they are slightly different in that one is going to verify the code. And the other one's going to verify the receipt. And this is kind of important. Well, let's see here. Yeah, I really don't want this to be... Let's see. Sorry, I know I'm doing that thing where I only say half of what I'm saying. Because I'm thinking in my head. Oh, hey everybody, how's it going? Okay. And this one should be receipt. There we go. So this one... There we go. Cool. Now I need to go back here. And I need cert valid. Let me think about this. For assert valid, we need... All right, let me think on this. the request is valid versus the code is verified. I'm trying to remember what got me into this pattern of thinking a few minutes ago. I think it was this one right here about handling the failure. Okay, assert valid. Okay. So if magic.params.code else if receipt Okay, sorry, I've got things in my head right now. I'm going to try to gather my thoughts and then explain what I'm thinking. Let me go look at this first. So I need to, if we've already validated the authorization code, okay, let me think on this. Okay. What is the part here? So when I verify, when I go to do this redeem, it's important that the code has been verified. Whereas for other operations, it doesn't matter if the code, so I need to separate between when it matters that the code has already been verified or the code is verified this time. Because the receipt is only valid if the person's already entered in the digits for the basically the two-factor code. So let me think through this one more time. So handling failure, where was I at? I was thinking about handle failure. I was saying, all right. Okay. That one probably still holds true. Okay, but a retry should really only be thrown. Okay, should only be thrown for code attempts, not receipt attempts. All right, so that's a to-do here. So the realization that I came to is that I was checking verified, and I was saying, oh yeah, verified is true if either the code or the receipt is valid. But there's a difference between either and the code specifically. and maybe I could call that difference valid versus verified. I need to go look at the dictionary definition of those two again. Define valid. Logically correct, conforming to a classification, justifiably being relevant. Yeah. Versus if we say define verified, I think verified is the more stringent term. Truth, accuracy, reality, substantiated by oath, the accuracy of. Yeah. So verified is hardcore and valid is a little softer. I don't know if I want to use both of these terms because most people are probably, I mean, I'm not familiar with the nuanced differences between the two terms, but it is the correct term is that it is valid if the code or the receipt is correct. It is verified if the code is correct. I think I'm going to go with that for right now. I think I'm going to go with verify and validate. Verify requires a code. Validate can have either. Let's see. Okay, so let me think again. Let me go look at the assert valid bits. Because this is where I was getting tripped up. Assert valid. Oh, by the way, I haven't said this yet during the stream, but remember, if you like what you like, you get more of what you like. So consider like, sub, follow if you want to. And also, there's a link to the Discord in the chat that just popped up just now. That's my bot reminding me to remind you. Okay. Let me make sure I'm getting this. All right. So if this has been verified and it's valid. So this just needs validity essentially. So if this has been verified and it's valid, then we don't have to worry about expiration because it was verified before it reached expiration. Okay, good. So yeah, that's all we need there. Okay, so we're just looking for valid. Oh, whoops. Let me go. Did I grab magic assert ops already? No, I didn't. I'm going to move those over into that file because I was able to scope that down a little bit better down here. Okay. So yeah, we're going to call it valid. But not verified. Let's see if we can move the needle on that a little bit. Okay, go back, go back, go back, go back. Here to live magic. Okay. verified or magic.valid. Okay. Let's see here. There we go. I like that one. Okay. All right, now that is correct. Now let's check here. Is this one correct? Okay. If it's neither, all right, if false equals magic dot verified or false equals magic dot valid. How about that? Hmm. Okay. I introduced a little bit of complexity again. Oops. If false is not equal to magic dot valid, false is equal to magic dot verified. Well, I think this is it. And then e code invalid. Or maybe not found. I think not found is the correct one to go with here. Indeedy. Okay, let me think about this. All right, what is this function? This is the check status function. What we want to say is if yeah, okay. Let's move this around a little bit. Okay, I think this is the correct logic. So if it failed validation or verification, then if it is not verified or exchanged, then increment the number of bad attempts and set that. If the code was what was tried, then throw ecode retry. Okay. Only thrown when code was attempted. And false is not equal to magic.valid. Right, no, we're just going to leave it at that. Thrown if receipt was bad. Okay. There we go. I like that better. So it may be worth indicating which type of failure this was. So what we might want is a magic validations object that is code true or false, receipt true or false. That might be what we want. So I'm going to back this up for a second and put that there to do code. Okay, let's try this. Validations code true receipt true, for example. So this is a trinary because it is going to be true, false, or null. Let's see. Magic dot valid is null. Magic dot verified is null. There we go. So null means that the check did not take place. False means it failed. True means it succeeded. You can do this one of two ways. You can have a trinary state, which could be null, false, true, or string, pass, fail, no attempt. Or you can have two things, such as failed, true, passed, false, which could also be failed, false, passed, false. You know, so you'd have a state like that, or a attempted true, false, passed, true, false. So there's, I guess, 3 different ways you could create a trinary state, which makes sense. So I'm just going to put to do, is this the best trinary state? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Oh. Okay, so it turns out I lied about the time sync part being over. The time sync part is very close to being over. Very close. Yeah, I think this is going to end up being magic dot validations. Because then we could have a validate and a verify function that pass back the right thing. Okay. All right. So here, valid I could say this. There we go. Yeah, I like this. This is all right. This is all right. So here, valid will be true if it was verified. If the receipt wasn't given. But if the receipt was given, it'll only be valid if the receipt is also correct. Okay, I like this. Okay. By the way, feel free to ask questions, make comments, etc. Make suggestions. All right, so if either of these failed, which again, let's see where we're at here. Check status. All right, so we already threw if neither of them were present, which means at least one of them has to be present, which means at least one of these has to fail. Or they either, at least one of these has to be not null. Let's put it that way. So if either of them failed, then if, so here's a little thing that I need to start doing more. I really like this about Zig. Zig does not allow you to have conditions like this for an if. You need to be clear about what it is that you're testing. Has been, is redeemed. Non-redeemable. There we go. No, this is redeemable. If either of these is not set, then it is redeemable. Okay, good. So if it's redeemable, then handle the failure. Okay, got it. This is good. I don't know if I want to call it that, but I don't know what else to call it. Just put it to do there. Better name? All right, and then there's my redeem. And the question about the redeem is what? Need to go double check that. Oh, params. Right. Oh, okay, wait. So the way that I had it before may have been okay. Yeah, so if either of these is false, it's going to throw an error, which is good. And if this is null, then it's going to take that value. So at least one of these needs to be true in order for the redeem to work. Okay, cool. So this, I think this logic was actually still kind of working. It was fatally flawed. So let's put this here. And okay, so we would have if not validations dot verified or validations dot code, let's say. Whoops. So I'm gonna chop that out. There we go. So I'm just gonna put a little maybe to do here. And I'll put it down below as well, because I might very well move this validations bit, since there are two different types of validations that we want. Okay. All right, if params.receipt or params.finalize, let's see here. Let's see. I'm actually going to do this. We might add another property to the order here. Okay, so if okay, now I need to go check some logic for exchanged at. Where do we have that? Exchanged. Did this go here? I guess it does go here. I'm going to put here finalized at. Okay. EF. Oh, and I accidentally got it in alphabetical order. Or not accidentally, but happenstantially, I mean to say. Okay. So now we have one more condition. I don't like that. I don't like adding conditions. Okay, redeemable. Okay. Not finalized at and not exchanged at. You know what we do to fix this? Make this simpler? is we make sure that if we set exchanged at, we also set finalized at. So in other words, we can just set finalized at. There we go. So now, wherever, yeah, so we've got exchanged at. Good. So that takes our condition, our extra condition away. Good, 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 good. Now we don't need that extra conditional. Okay. There we go there. There should be no logic in here doing any increments of attempts. So maybe this should go somewhere else. To do move elsewhere. Let's see. Okay, cool. So yeah, we just finalize here. That's all we do. Excellent. Okay. So that's good. So this next one's redeemed. So I need to go back to my types. Exchanged at. Now I need to have finalized at. And then magic status needs to have a finalized at. Okay, I can get rid of this type. Okay, I think I've deleted more code than I've added. That's the good news. Okay. Then maybe the verified should go last. Okay, let's see. I think I might pick this back up tomorrow night. Really, really close here, but I don't want to stay up much later. Anybody have any questions or comments or thoughts on this? Or anything else for that matter? Okay. Check status and then redeem. think that's what I want to call it, not verify response, but redeem. And then we need a save challenge, and we need a save error. There we go. Save challenge. Huh, that's weird. Let's see. I wonder why it was giving me that error. Oh, error response handler. Or is it error request handler? Yeah, error request handler. That makes more sense. Handle failure. All right, so it's going to throw an eCode retry. So really, it's only if there's a code retry. We don't save it otherwise. All right, save failed challenge. If error eCode retry or eCode retry is error.code, then we save it. All right, so let me go update this bit right here. So we don't require response. We do get the challenge. We redeem. We save challenge. We save the failed challenge. Yeah, that should be good. I kind of use the term exchange there. I think that's appropriate. That's what it's used in other places. Exchange. Kind of makes sense. Yeah. I think this refresh and exchange are going to end up being the same thing. I think what's going to be different about them is what happens before. So for example, here it's require bearer claims. And then here it's require cookies. And so I think that this is just going to be exchange, but the type of exchange is going to be different. think I'm going to pass in some options there. I don't know. Because when you're exchanging ID token for access token versus you're exchanging a cookie or a refresh. Yeah. I think I have to think on that. I think I have to think on that one a little bit more. Because I think there's a query parameter that we'll want to use to determine what's being requested. And it has to either be, let's see. A refresh token is generally the hardest to get because you need to have a user interaction to get that. All right, what was I looking for here? I was thinking about not calling it redeem, but calling it exchange instead. That's what I was going about. Okay, we get the challenge, we check the status, we exchange it, we save the challenge, we save the failed challenge. We don't need to increment failure count. And we don't need to increment the failure count on check status. Why? Let me think about this. I think we still do. I didn't eliminate the complexity after all. Oh no. Okay, so we handle in check status we handle the failure. So essentially it's never going to get to redeem, to the exchange/redeem. Only gets here on success. Because the redeem is only going to throw developer errors. So it's in there for extra security. Yeah. But it's not going to throw a retry. There should be, yeah, there's no retry here. Retry is only at this level. Great. Okay, so I did get rid of that complexity. All right, so good. I found the minimum complexity. Huzzah. I found the minimum complexity.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
This is a good day. What other good sound bites could we use for this?
Now these points of data make a beautiful line, and we're out of beta, we're releasing on time.
So is there an echo with that from my headphones? Do I need to put a delay in the audio from the computer as well. Send code to user, send receipt. So now I'm parameterizing this. So basically this example is going to be what happens when you run in npx libauth init, is you're going to get this example. That's what I'm getting this to the point of. So all of this MyDB stuff is going to be basically going to be replaced with an interface. Okay. Okay, read credentials, new session, init, save. Cookies, okay. Read params, generate challenge, save challenge. Send code to user, send receipt. Read params, get challenge, verify response, except that this is now just redeem, right? Or exchange. This is get. This is just going to be check status. That's all that's going to be, right? So create and then check it out. Check status of expired. Yes. To do embed redirect. Maybe. What's quote magic? Oh yeah. Yes. As in magic link. That was the idea. Is that this is all for the magic link. But I don't want it to be magic. Also, there does need to be some sort of to do WebSocket. There does need to be a WebSocket for this so that you don't have to pull. But that is a different ball of wax. Magic needs to work for invitations, for authentication. There needs to be a few different varieties of it. So there can be a magic link that's the two-factor authenticate. The magic link really is just challenge response. That's what it is. So there's a lot of different types of challenge response. There's the magic link is a type of challenge response. So I think actually even here, I think when I did the libauth, let's see, magic equals, I don't know why this is all the way up here. It needs to be magic dot. Okay. Yeah. So magic link is challenge based auth. And so, yeah, it's either you send an email that has a very long code in it, one that you don't necessarily copy and paste. It could be the two-factor style. It could be a QR code. I think this would even work with a cryptocurrency wallet. There should be a lot of things that this would work just fine for. Yeah, so this basically I would say if my db.notify and do all this stuff. Yeah, so there's going to be multiple challenge response mechanisms, just as there's multiple OIDC. But I think, we'll see. But I think I've encapsulated, and if we were to think about this in terms of any other mechanism. So for example, the challenge could be, here's something to sign with your private key. The verification for that would be different. But the receipt mechanism remains the same, right? You could read a QR code, it could have some secret in it. You could have that secret signed with your device and then posted from the device that's reading the QR code to the other device. And so you could use it for Discord style login as well. I haven't thought exactly how that would work. That's something that maybe I'd like to think through. Let me think about this. So what if we were doing Discord style? So it would be presenting a token and saying you can log into this. I think we'd be reversing the receipt. I think we would put the receipt in the QR code. No, would we do that? How would we do it? So you're already logged in on the one device. You present a challenge to a second device. If the second device succeeds in responding to the challenge, then you prompt on the first device and ask, allow this device, and then you respond. So that one actually I think has one more leg in it. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I could make this work for that device. How would we know that that device? Yeah, so we could keep the code. In the case of the Discord style login, we would keep the code on the original device that's already logged in that's generating the request. We'd send the receipt via the QR code, and we'd require you to already be logged in to create the link. So yeah, it's basically it'd be about the same as the invite flow. So there's going to be an invite flow for this as well. Yeah. What's up, King? How you doing? I'm getting a little tired. You have some cookies and some milk and hit the hay. All right, send code to user, read params, get challenge, check status, send status. So this will fail and increment the accounts, the attempts, if it is wrong. I think I need to add one more state. Magic.js. Pending, invalid, valid. Else if order dot finalized at, then we get the status equals finalized. Oops. There we go. What do you mean? Expired at. Oh, expires at. Got it. That's the problem there. Well, that's weird. Where was duration MS used? Interesting. Well, this is a little bit wrong. Okay, well, that's a good one to catch there. Is this used anywhere else? Okay, it's used in Magic Flow. Let me go check out Magic Flow here, because this just seems strange. Okay, so the current timestamp, it would actually be d minus timestamp is greater than 0. So this one should be the future date. This one should be the current time. So future time minus current time should yield greater than 0. Again, future time minus current time. Yeah. Is the answer binary tree? Yeah, we already went over this. All you got to do is take your binary tree and then take a picture, flip it upside down, both horizontally and vertically. And then you've inverted your binary tree. Done. Nailed it. String or number. I don't think that that can be a string or number. I don't know what that's about. Okay, magic order. Magic status, magic order, number, duration, expires at. That's just straight up string. That's not string or number. Order, magic order. Let me go take a look again. Expires at is just a straight up string. I don't understand why it's complaining. It's really weird. Not assignable to type string or number. How is string not assignable to type string or number? That's the answer we need the answer to. Does anybody know how you get the longer error message to show up here? Because I'm guessing it's probably gonna be something along the lines of or undefined. Yeah. So for some reason, it thinks that order is possibly not defined, but if we go look at magic order, there should only be one type def. Maybe there's two type defs by mistake. Okay. Let's look for type def. Type def. Nope, just one. Just one. There's the type def, magic order. And I'm going to go look in types one more time. Magic order. Maybe magic order is in here twice? No? Magic order is just in here once. And, oh, I see. Yes. Okay. It does have the optional brackets around it. That's what's messing it up. Now, I would say there's a number of things here that really aren't optional. So none of these parts, for example, are optional. Do I have any tips on negotiating a salary? Tell me more about your situation, because my best tip is to ask for what you want. But yeah, a lot of that depends. Anybody's going to tell you that you need to have some FU money set aside, which is meaning money that you can know that you're okay. Okay, there was this other thing I wanted to have, which was custom. This is going to be for internal server state, whereas state is going to be for publics, something that goes back publicly, but custom would not go back publicly. Okay, duration. Canceled may or may not exist. Exchanged may finalized. Ordered is guaranteed. Actually, maybe I'll put these in brackets. Oh, that doesn't sound good. That's a sound I'm not used to hearing from my hard drive. It's just kind of a little bit higher pitch than usual. Okay, ID, receipt, state, identifier is going to be there. Attempts. Okay. Duration expires at, then ordered. There we are. And then what was I at? Was I in flow or was I in... I'm looking at expired out there. I will look at the comments here. Tell them you want to have another kid and need another 20 grand. No, I don't think that that's actually a really great way to go about it. When you negotiate a salary, you know, it varies from situation to situation. So there's an exception to every rule, but the general rule is that you don't justify why you need a salary. Okay, actually, Rage, here's the best advice I have. You walk in and you say, I would like to be making $100,000 a year. What do I need to do to get that? That, I think, is the best way to go, and be realistic, or maybe realistic isn't the right word, be truthful, because it may not be realistic what you want, may not be realistic, but be truthful in saying what you want. A book I'd recommend is Never Split the Difference by the Jocko guy. I think it's Never Split the Difference. Give me just a second and I'll pull that up if I can. There, Never Split the Difference. Here's a book I'd recommend. This is about negotiating anything. But yeah, don't make a justification for it. Never split the difference. And be truthful about what you want, because you can always have an anchoring position. They're not going to, no one's going to fire you for telling them what you want, right? If you're making 60K and you want to be making 120K, you literally walk into your boss and you say, I want to be making 120K. What do I need to get there? That's my goal. What do I need to get there? Your manager is supposed to help you. In today's world, usually they try to have some personal aspect of knowing what are your personal goals and aspirations. What do you want your career path to do? And they try to find a way that career path can work for you in the current company, so that you don't go find your career path outside of the current company. So I had one great manager who was that way. And anyway. And if it's too audacious, because they may say, well, I think you need another 5 years of experience or something like that. Also, try to get time off the table. You know, if it's well, we can't do it right now, then just bring it to what can we do right now? And try to get things to be qualified. So if I meet this criteria, then I am worth 120K. So if you can get them to tell you that criteria, you've got something to work for, and you can kind of assess if what it requires to be worth that much is worth it to you. A lot of times what people want is just for you to work more hours or to get more done. So, Josh, that might be worth clipping. Josh is my assistant, by the way. Any other questions in that regard? Or other people have thoughts you want to drop in the comments? By the way, hello to everybody joining in. Good to have you. Welcome. I am. Oh wow, it's 12:30. I thought I wanted to be off by 12. So I think I'm gonna get off here in just a minute. Okay, what did the don't? Okay, handle failure. It doesn't like that handle failure bit. It doesn't like that validate bit. Okay, I think I'm gonna go fix those two pieces, and then come back to this tomorrow to finish. So there's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel like there has not been before for this project. How's it going, James? James Ability. That's quite the handle there. I like that. So Rage, that's another thing. Just rename yourself from Rage to whatever ability. I mean, not that you can't have the name Rage, but there's just something that projects confidence about putting the word ability in your handle. The light is shining through. Yes. Yes. Oh, what did... Sometimes I don't even know what I'm opening. I know I'm changing files, and so I just type a file name reflexively. Okay. So there's verify code, and then there was validate. And validate was going to be let's see, magic params. Oh, wait, no, we actually did want to check the receipt specifically. Maybe. Okay, there's going to be verify receipt. I think I'm going to make a validate. And the validate is going to run either or both. And then let's see. Magic params. And then we're going to pass in all of these. Really can only pass in these two, actually. Well, I suppose we could pass in a bunch more. Seems like a bad idea, though. Let's go ahead and do it. When has a bad idea ever stopped me? Well, quite a few times, actually. I try to stay away from the bad ideas if I can. It's not always possible, but sometimes it's possible. When it is, I try. Let's see, params. So if params.code, then we're going to do await magic code dot verify code. Is that what it was? Verify code, verify receipt. Yeah. All right, params.code. There we go. So let validations equals code null, receipt null. And then if params.code, then validations.code equals if params dot receipt validations dot receipt equals verify receipt. Actually, this whole thing goes into both of those, doesn't it? Yes, it do. Yes, it do. Except for one of them only takes code, whereas the other one only takes receipt. Validations. Yes, from the villains. All right, and then at returns, magic validations. And I think I'm going to go ahead and define that in the types file because I think that I am going to end up using that. Magic status, yeah. Okay. So here's an interesting property. Oops. Of TypeScript /JS doc is there's a difference between optional property, which has the brackets, which is good, and then possibly null. So this Boolean question mark means true, false, or null. There we are. Magic validations. Magic validations. Magic validations. Boolean code receipt. Yeah, it looks right. What was it complaining about? Oh, yes, promise. It's complaining about the right thing. What is at param? Hold on. Come on, scroll here. James ability, disability. Okay, got it, got it. I will. So if you hate promises, then you just hate JavaScript, period. Or you don't understand promises. You cannot like async await if you don't like promises. Otherwise, you just suck at JavaScript because you don't know how JavaScript works at all. No offense, except, you know, any that's just got to be there because it has to be. But JavaScript, the promises are absolutely fundamental to JavaScript. They are the core unit of its objects, functions, and I mean, promises are just objects, but you know, it's managing the event nature of JavaScript. Promises are the key primitive for that. Savage AJ86. Yes, that's true. That's true. I think I did a bit on promises at some point. The best way to learn promises, I think, is to watch Douglas Crockford's talk on futures. Let's see. Do I have a... Let's see if I've got a pound.js here. No, I don't. I need to add that for Crockford. Do I have a... I keep on saying pound. I mean bang. Do I have a croc? Nope, I don't. I've got to have a command for the Crockford playlist. We're going to go grab that real quick. And then I'm going to commit and go. Otherwise, I'll just be here all night. I do have to get to bed at some point. I guess I don't. There's nothing that requires that I get to bed. But I kind of do want to. Well, I guess at some point I will just pass out. There's other things I want to do tomorrow. Okay, croc. Channel content. No. I want to search for playlist. Croc. Oh, you know what? I've got this command. This one should do it. Yeah, there we go. Except that that's too much. It doesn't give you the exact playlist. Okay, so here it is. Croc on JS. Function the ultimate. This is before promises were standardized, but he shows you in a single slide how to implement promises. And I think that that is important. Coding Academy, Mern, the Mongo Express, Rails Node. Oh, React. Okay. I'm going to send you something that's going to save you a lot of trouble. So at root async router, there's a video. You can watch the video. This is something that no one in your position should be without. At root async router. Here you go. So this is, this just makes it so that Express will work with async await, because Express 5 was never released and never will be released, but it's a very, very minor change in order to get Express to work with async await. And so this just gives that little itsy bit of wrapping so that it will work. By the way, whenever something can return a promise, you should always make the function async. And whenever you return a promise, it should always be return await, except in some very rare circumstances that you personally will probably never come across. I was going to answer some other question just a second ago, wasn't I? Or continue on some path. Oh, what is that param? You'd ask that. Let's get to that. So this is something, I'm actually going to send you the link to this. This is not a bad way to learn JS doc. So I also have another tutorial that is type hinting without TypeScript, which I'll bring that up. But I will answer that question in just a second. But this is a good JS doc example. And let's see, can we see? I think I called it type linting, but people call it type hinting. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to link you to this.
Hello.
All right. Type linting without TypeScript. This is what I do nowadays, and since I've discovered this pattern, I like it. And I think that it's a good tool to have in the toolbox. I don't like TypeScript. I don't like it one bit. I think it's absolutely terrible. But I like the TypeScript linter for JavaScript with JSDoc. And I've found ways to use it that are not well documented out on the web in general. And hence I'm trying to get some of that material together, as you can see. But there's just a couple of things that they're really the pro tips. They're the pro tips that most pros don't know, that make developing in Node a lot cleaner and simpler. Also, since you're new to the channel, check out creedsofcraftsmanship.com. This is where I keep a collection of great talks, and I recommend that you look through this material, a little bit at a time, or just binge it. But so, Rob Pike on software engineering and Go. Watch this. By the way, James, thanks for the follow. Rob Pike on software engineering and Go. You're not learning Go. Doesn't matter. These are talks on software engineering. There's another one that I've just added. I haven't put it correctly in the right place in the list yet, because I don't even know where it should go. But this one is on breaking down what this is really on. It's not, it's a UI talk, but that's not what it's really about. What it's really about, the key takeaway is breaking down things along the correct axes to arrive at the minimum complexity for a solution. So and those aren't words that he uses, but basically with any problem set, there is a minimum complexity. Make things as simple as possible, but no simpler. So there is a minimum complexity that things can resolve down to. And he doesn't really give you a framework for how to do it. I don't know how to explain it. I need to watch the talk again and see if I can express it in the right way and tease the right things out of it. But anyway, this directly influenced the path that I'm taking for this libauth project. And you are welcome. I think you were about to talk about PyScript. Nerd next door says, Crowasp, I miss you. It's hard to remember that you're Crowasp. Well, it's not, because now I just remembered, but at first, yeah, I haven't been on all week, so anyway. Yeah. Function the ultimate. Let's just take a minute, maybe. Okay, there's lots of segment markers in here. Do we have var statements, function statements, scope, arguments, apply from, closure conditional? Yeah, a lot of the stuff you need to know before you get to the point of, oh wait, what? Futures isn't, let's view all. Wait, view all chapters. What the letter L? Invocation, function form. I'm pretty sure that the bit about futures is in here. Let's see, fade, later method, partial application, that's called currying. Let's see. Make promise. There you go. This is it, right around here somewhere. So if we can go back a little bit.
Shouldn't have had to do that. There's still some things left to get fixed in future editions. Everybody still with me? Okay.
All right, here we go. Boom. Promises in a slide. Let's just take a minute and watch it together.
Here's one other. Suppose we've got a process which...
Let me see. How loud am I? Okay. I'm pretty low energy right now, but I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't too loud. I'm going to turn my headphones down just a touch.
cannot be resolved immediately. Maybe it's going to require a lot of computation. Maybe it has to go out to a worker pool and do something. Maybe it has to go back to the server and get some stuff. But we'd like to be able to return something immediately that we can start acting on, even though it's not going to be real for a while, and we don't know when that while is yet. So a service that's doing something like that could return something that's called a promise. And the promise is an object which allows us to call methods on the thing, and if we know what the thing is, then they'll immediately get executed. But if we don't know what the thing is yet, they'll get queued up. And will finally get executed when we know what the thing is. That turns out to be a really useful pattern for doing a lot of things, particularly when you're doing a lot of communications. So here we're going to implement a promise maker.
I didn't realize how much he says since I stopped saying filler words as much. I notice it a little bit more in these contexts.
And the promise maker will return a set of 5 functions: when, fail, fulfill, smash, and status.
Okay. So in today's world, when is then, fail is, let's see. Let's see. I think when is then I think fail is catch. I think fulfill is resolve. Smash is reject. And then status is probably just status on a modern promise.
If we call the, it doesn't care, you could pass any one or any fraction of these functions to someone else. So for example, you might have a service and I want to return something to you immediately. So I give you back an object containing a when and a fail method. You can then pass to when functions that you want called when the thing is fulfilled. And you can also
Hey, Carlos. Thanks.
pass functions to fail for the case where a failure comes back. And it'll just sit on all of those things until it knows what the disposition is. And then the creator of the service might hang on to the fulfill and smash methods. Fulfill,
Thanks, Rajesh.
he'll call and pass a value in when he knows what the value finally is. And that's the thing that will get delivered to the functions. And if it turns out that it's going to be an error, at this point it's too late to throw an exception because that was a long time ago and the other guy is not in your call stack anymore. So instead you smash the promise, you break the promise, and that will cause all of his fail methods now to run. So the way these things work is they depend on the vouch and resolve methods, which are private to the promise maker, but which, again, it closes over. So it'll always have access to those functions and the state that they refer to. So let me show you implementations of vouch and resolve. First, we've got a few more variables. We've got status, which initially is unresolved and eventually could be fulfilled or failed.
So I was looking at some, because obviously we can see here in the window that it's of the pending state, and if I do p.resolve, oh, actually I wouldn't be able to do it that way. I'd have to do something like this. Just say resolve, have it resolve immediately. That's fine. Of course, I have to do p2. It's weird. It works on the Chrome console. Doesn't work here yet. But anyway, so it shows the value of the promise, or if it's in a pending state, or the value, which is kind of weird. But it doesn't seem that there's a way to query the promise to see if what status it's in, which is kind of strange. I guess I don't really need to do that. I can't think of too many times I've needed to do that. So I guess it's fine. But anyway.
We've got the
are you not an affiliate of Twitch by choice? I'm surprised you don't have a sub button. I'm too lame. So I have not. I have been streaming too often, and I don't have the minimum required average of 3 views per session, because I've been streaming on weeknights and all that kind of thing. So if I want to become an affiliate, what I need to do is only stream on Saturdays for a month. Then I could become an affiliate. But then I'd have to only stream on Saturdays per month, and I have to ask the question, what is the purpose here? Is the purpose to become the world's greatest Twitch streamer, or is the purchase to did I say purchase? Purpose. There's the purpose for me to stream while I'm working. And so it will take a lot longer for me to reach affiliate status, and that's okay. But thanks. I appreciate that. Makes me feel good.
outcome. So when we know what the value is, we'll stick it in there. Then we've got the waiting list of functions that were registered with when, and we've got the dreading list for the functions that were registered with fail. Then vouch will take a deed and a function, and then it'll look at the status. And if the status is still unresolved, then it will put it on to one of those lists. And which list it'll put it on will depend on what the deed is. But if the current state of the promise matches the deed, then we can execute it immediately. Then the other piece of this is resolve. If the status is already been resolved, then we throw an error because we can only do it once. Otherwise, we'll go through and using one of the nice things in ES5 now, we've got a for each method. So we'll figure out which of those two arrays of functions we've got, and we'll say for each one of those functions, call this function. And this function will then go and call each of those and with the value. And we had to wrap it in a try-catch because if any of those functions should throw, we don't want that to interfere with the other functions getting a chance to run. Okay, everybody still with me? We'll look at one more. Sealers and unsealers. So sometimes we'd like to be able to...
Okay. So I'm going to leave that on. But actually, I want to bookmark the sealer unsealer because this is something that is kind of... There's so many things that you can do in JavaScript that you don't need all the ceremony and syntax sugar for. And the sealer unsealer, if I remember correctly what this was... Let's see. Box says box. Yeah, box. See, he does empty object here. Check this out. So I don't know if you can really see that, but he does box equals empty object. And so what that does is create a unique identifier, basically what a modern symbol is. And so then he is able to, what he's doing, because in JavaScript you can't have a map that is an object to a value. You can only do string maps in JavaScript. What he's doing is creating two arrays so that he can find the essentially the symbol, what he's calling the box, in one array, and then be able to release the value from the other array. So essentially that you can have a map. He's creating something that allows you to essentially have a map from an object. But the thing is, the object is unique. So you cannot manufacture this because it is a memory reference. I won't go into it any further because it's a very niche use case where you need something like this, particularly if you need to do some information hiding, like you might need to do with a cryptography API where you need opaque objects. But before all of that fancy schmancy stuff got introduced, this video is back from, what, 2007 or something? 10 years ago? Okay, so 2012. And I think that the presentation was done before then and uploaded later. But in any case, JavaScript is just a remarkably great language, and you don't need to use much more than what it came with. Other than promises were a really, really important feature. And there's a few things that we actually needed, big ints. But for the most part, everything that you ever wanted to do, JavaScript already could have done back in 1998. So let's get rid of all this for a second. Okay, and then I am going to finish up here. What was I going to do? What was my main thing that I wanted to do? I was looking through, I was making sure that I could update my example. Of course, it's not running right now. Read credentials is not a function. Let me go ahead and fix that. That was in credentials. So read credentials, read credentials, read credentials. Oh, there's a few of these. Yeah, there's a few of these that I wanted to update. All right, I'm going to go through this list for the last time tonight, maybe. Okay, we got read new init, set, send. Got it. Read generate, save, send, read get. check, send, read, get, check, exchange, save, new, init, update, set cookie header, save, send. Okay. And then let's see, I think a few of these I might wanted to change. Generate, get, I was going to change that to read, request token, verify token, init, update, set. Okay. What was that? Hold on. Oh, whoops. And this was the one that was the Google one, right? And so I needed to capture error. Yeah, I still need this function and this redirect done. Maybe I just have redirect and redirect error. I think that might be what I do. Put the error into query param somehow. Okay, anyway, so that's done. Then what do we have here? Verify token. All that stuff is the same too. Oh, whoops. And one last one with the invalidate old session and save new session. Yeah, I do want those two steps to be listed out independently. And then for the refresh here, still not 100%. We want that to be called refresh and this to be called exchange, but maybe we do. And it's send, okay, get. So this is going to be read cookie, I think. Read cookie, clear cookie. And this might be better set no cookie or unset cookie. How about expire cookie? That's what it really is. It's not a clear cookie, it's an expire cookie. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, so we're gonna do change. Well, first of all, let's go ahead and add these so that I can see a diff better. So we're gonna change get cookie to read cookie. And really, I should even change that to session, but that's okay. We can do that later, maybe. And then we're going to change clear cookie to expire cookie, because that's what it's actually doing. You don't clear a cookie, you set a new cookie that's expired. Okay. Is this right? Read cookie, read cookie, read cookie, read cookie, expire cookie, read cookie, expire cookie. Good. All right. I'm going to call that good. We're going to whip this as simple as possible, but no simpler. All right. Well, I hope you get it doing what you're doing, referring to the affiliate. Thanks. I hope so too. I would like it. I mean, I have definitely considered just streaming less often and just streaming on Saturdays, because if I did that, it would work. This week it worked out because I knew that I was going to be doing some stuff that was so boring and that really required a lot of my brain power without explaining what I'm doing. Because a lot of times while I'm here explaining what I'm doing, sometimes talking can slow you down when you're solving a puzzle in your brain. And sometimes that's a good thing, because sometimes it gives you time to double, to think it over more than once. Sometimes going slow, a lot of times going slow is better. But I just needed to experiment quickly, and I don't know. Maybe it would have gone better if I'd been streaming more of it because of that slowing down. Because there were several times where I had to just stop because my thoughts weren't cleared enough. But now the pattern is nailed 100% here. There could be some new situation that I am not accounting for, but that will just be a new faucet of libauth. So for example, we have OIDC. OIDC is set. It is what it is. There may be some way we use it differently that we may expand its capabilities when we go to use Microsoft Auth and not just Google Auth. OAuth 2 is something that's just really random. It's not a good standard. It's not standardized well. There's lots of variation to it. So each OAuth 2 provider is going to be its own thing. And that's fairly well set. Credentials is super simple. There's not a lot that you need to think about it. The magic link, the challenge response is what's really complicated. But I think that, again, with the help of that presentation on breaking things down into the interaction level rather than building components out of the interactions, rather than, you have to watch the talk to get what I'm trying to say, because I don't have the words for it yet. I need to watch it again, like I said, so I get the words for it. Anyway, yeah, so all of this whip is going to get crushed. So if you look in here, all these whip, none of this has been deployed. And so basically back to May 13th, that all of this I'm going to collapse down into a single commit. And that is going to be v0.9 or maybe v1.0 libauth. I think I want just a little bit of time to deploy it. It won't take much to convert Auth 3000 apps over to libauth, because it's almost the same. And libauth is better equipped. I mean, this is of course Auth 3000 if we look at the main branch. For anybody that wasn't part of this process, libauth is just a renaming of Auth 3000, because before I got to 1.0, I realized that I wanted to make some significant differences. The copy and paste example for Auth 3000 is much smaller, but the explicitness of libauth is going to alleviate a lot of problems. So anyway, what was I saying there? I was saying that, yeah, because none of this has been released, I'm just going to deploy. I'm going to replace all of the whips with just one single commit that is the first version of libauth, and that will get published on NPM. And then I'll make a few refinements, probably through a few deployments over the next couple of months, and then go to 1.0. And then libauth will only have bug fixes and enhancements, but not breaking changes, unless something's really necessary. Anyway, so with that, I am off for the night. Thanks everybody for joining in. I hope you join in again if you want to. You can like, sub, follow, all the things if you want to. There are, in the description of the video, at least on YouTube, there are lots of links. Some of the ones that I've shared tonight, I share pretty often. greasesofcraftsmanship.com is a really good one. And I also have another channel that's Beyond Code Bootcamp on YouTube. And this is where clips from these streams go. So some of them are more advice, like what we talked about tonight with how to get a raise, which, by the way, Josh, I think we should clip that and bring it in. I didn't have a strong ending on that one, but oh well. and I was kind of low energy. But a lot of times these, I'm not thinking that the wisdom is going to be so sage, and then afterwards I think, oh, actually that was pretty good advice. Yeah. So anyway, I'll catch you around next time. And I have this up so that I don't forget. We need to find somebody to raid. So I'm going to go on Twitch here and see if anybody that I've followed in the past is on. And let's see. Maybe I'll just click on software and game development and find somebody random. Or, let's see, do we have any of my people we've visited before? Let's see. I'm still not super great at, this whole streaming thing and Twitch and all that, even after, I think we're closing up on at least 3 months, if not more. Let's see. Oh, text to speech. That's all right. I wonder what else is going on here. Interesting. AWS security, that could be cool. Oh, but that's in Portuguese. C++ development. Nah. Binary search leak code. Why not? Let's try it. Let's see. Is there any other suggestions for who to raid? I think that might be the best option right now. Oh, okay. All right. So whatever they said before, or bash scripting and Discord.js. Tell me, what do you think? Who was it? Okay, leak code versus bash. I'm gonna pick bash. Who knows if this person's bash is any good, but this is what we're going with. So here we are. Raid. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bash it. Well, he's got some cool stuff with his streaming. It's neato. What's all this? Interesting. Okay, how do I do the winky face again? I think that's it, yeah. Okay, there we go. Interesting. Cool. All right. Well, I don't know how this works. Is anybody still watching? If you are, I am calling it a night. So thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you later. And by we, I mean I guess. Not much of a we. Anyway, yeah, I forget what I was going to say to close things out, but I hope you have a wonderful night. And yeah, adios.